Hello, love. Today we are making some food. Making myself some nutritious food. So let me start preparing my plate. Right. Next thing I have here is some eggs. I don't like junk food, to be honest, because junk food is what got me to a bad place, and like feeling like I don't have energy, feeling like like sometimes I just crash, like my energy will just crash. So I'm making my plate right here. Mm, 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 mm. I know I'm making you hungry, huh? Tea. I bought some olives yesterday. Hi, I'm feeling good today. I'm about to break my fast and enter into another one. I like to eat before everything. I need to eat before 3 p.m. By 3 p.m. I'm done eating. Like completely done with food. And because of that, you gotta eat well. So this is what I got right now on my plate. I'm eating a lot. I'm eating a lot, okay? Let me eat. Okay. This is food time. preparing my food. Oopsie. I have clothes here from yesterday, but hey, what's important is food. Oh, my camera doesn't want to steady itself. Sorry. Right there, right? You can see my food. Let me get my yogurt. And some cheese. Cheese is always good. Some flaxseed. Whew. God, our Father, thank you for this food. We ask you to bless it in Jesus' name. Amen. It's always good to say thank you before you eat. It looks delicious. So what do we have here? Oopsie. Okay. All right. Okay. We have, let's see what we have. So here's what we got. We have meat, we have beans, we have olives, we have eggs, we have flaxseed, we have cheese, olives again, and avocado. So you just mm, mm. So why did I make this meal? I want to show you that, hey, when you want to go fasting, when you want to do fasting, intermittent fasting, you really need to eat well. Before you go on that fast for 24 hours, make sure that you eat well and then go on that fast. Because there's no need to have no nutrients and then go on a fast. No, the eggs don't have salt. Where am I from? I'm from Kenya. You stole food from Walmart? Well, Walmart makes a lot of money. I'm not about to feel sorry for Walmart. Okay? They make lots of money, but they don't pay their employees so well. So, oh well. Oh well. Healing, good vibes. I know it goes against reality to eat like this when you want to lower blood sugar. But if you want to avoid diabetes, you gotta eat like this and then go on a fast. God is real. Lee Stanley's for sure, right? God is not a construct. God is real. A lot of people, they want you to believe that we make up the idea of God. But God is not an idea. God is in this food that I'm eating. God is in the little flowers outside. God is in you. God is in everything He has created. Eric Holiday, I'm eating for you. How is that possible? I'm eating so much. I'm eating for you. After this, I will not eat for 23 hours. After I eat this, I will not eat for another 24 hours. And this is when food becomes really cheap, because you eat good food only once a day, instead of eating not so good food like 5 times a day. It becomes cheaper and healthier, and you're able to manage your energy. Marcel says thank you. Great food, good vibes, positive food. God is good. Hallelujah, right? Always, God is providence. He's the one who provided me this food. So I am grateful to God. Anasi Dinjani. Hello. When you give the body the nutrients it needs, it stop bugging you. When I mean it stop bugging you, the body will stop telling you that you're hungry. Hi, Giorgio. Hello. Thank you, my love. Thank you, Giorgio. To tell her she's beautiful. Because women know they are beautiful. They just need to hear it. Yes, Dijani. Grab a plate. Let's eat. Trust me, it's now breaking down. You see all this bodybuilding? This is to ensure I don't break down. even got a wagon. What are you talking about? My body type is square, like Kate Middleton or Megan, right? We are square. We don't have a lot of hips. We don't have a lot of booty. Yeah, I have more like a posh body. No wagon, no maintenance, no mechanic. Amen to that. I'm eating positive vibes. Good vibes in long life. Uh, I handle corners very well. That's body. Mm. Hi, Michael. Ooh, shout out Devin Joroga in the house. We have Kelly Wellner. We have Michael. We have David Joroga. Reza is giving us a Bible verse. Come to me, all you weary and burdened, and I will give you rest. Take my yoke upon you and learn from me. For I am gentle and humble in heart, and you will find rest for your souls. Hi, David. Vidi Miyagi. Funny how you understand my humor. I'm eating healthy, super healthy. I'm eating beans, meat, avocado, eggs, olive oil, and cheese. My brain has no reason to be foggy. Oh yes, voyeurism. Ooh wee. You want a plate? Make some meat, some beans, some cheese, some eggs. The size matter. What are we talking about? What size? What are we talking about here? The size of my plate? Of course it matters. I have to put enough food so that I can get like a good vibe from it. I don't want to contain my energy. I understand nutrition these days. Look, I understand sometimes it's not when you eat is how you it's not so much what you eat but how you eat. It's not so much about size but a lot of other things that when you eat, how you eat, you know, if you're relaxed and grateful when you're eating, all these things matter, right? But some of you, you know, you think size of the plate is the biggest thing that matters. No. Some people like a lot of food. Some people like a small plate. But the quantity is not so much, the quality matters, right? And when you eat matters. When you eat matters. Mm. We have meat here, beef, we have beans, we have eggs, we have olives, and we have cheese. Mukwam says, Richard says, I'm wise and classy. Thank you, love. Right now, I'm living in California. That's how I started learning about nutrition and mental health. Nutrition is actually very good for your mental health because if you eat well, your body moves you from survival to homeostasis, to balance, okay? Putting a lot of protein in your diet, putting a lot of saturated fats in your diet, cheese, you know, all this, it can really help your diet. It can help you unlock brain fog and not eat too much, right? Like, to be honest, right now I'm full and I think I can go another 23 hours without food. So this food, I'm going to freeze it and eat it. My birthday is in April. I'm not gonna tell you the day, but it's coming up. Because my birthday is in April, I celebrate it every day, the whole of the month of April. Because it's my birthday month, and not all my friends are able to meet me on my birthday. So you know, I celebrate it as my birth month. I've been doing like 17 hours without eating. But I want to do 24 hours. So tomorrow I'll eat again around 11. That's the next meal I'm gonna eat. That's why I'm making this meal super healthy. Because if I get to 6 p.m. and I'm not hungry because my blood sugar goes up slowly, 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 then I'll sleep around 9 p.m. Then wake up in the morning if I go for a walk. By the time I'm back, it's probably 11. And then I don't have to eat no more. So I put a lot of food in. I can now see what I really liked. I like the beans. I like the minced meat. And I like the cheese. One egg is enough because I left an egg here. And I just need a small slice of avocado. I don't need that much. Yeah, fasting is so good. Before you fast, eat very good. It's good to put a lot of fats in your diet when you're fasting. Because if you eat carbs and then you fast, you're going to spike in sugar and then crash. And then you'll not be able to go through the whole fast. It can be very difficult. Okay. So no need to overeat. When you're done eating, you stop. But this is Greek yogurt. And I gotta put in those probiotics. And this is a good sign when I eat and my body naturally wants to stop eating. Like it doesn't want to keep going. It's kind of like I'm done, right? It's giving you a clear signal that, hey, you've given me good food and I don't want to keep eating. And I know because I did not take sugar, my blood sugar will now go up and then spike, right? It's not gonna go shh. It's gonna go like this and then probably start dropping. And this is what you want. You want a steady increase over time instead of a pew and then a crash. Erosa Smaz. Erosa Smaz, nice to see you. Skin glowing. So, yeah, like drinking water is super, super important. as well, right? Like before I ate, I drank a lot of water because I was walking too. Jay's bees in the house. Shout out, shout out. Tim in the house. Nice to see you, Tim. Yeah, so that's some Greek yogurt, right? Fatty Greek yogurt full of probiotics. Mm. And my body feels good, amazing, right? Always like go for a walk after a meal. Going for a walk is ideal. Yeah, you saw me on the walk, right? I went on a walk. It was short, but it's the health, right? We gotta keep it up. We gotta keep up with the health routines of our lives because yeah, my nails are like summer, so spring. I put it because springs we have flowers of different colors. So I put like nails of different colors for the spring. I, it's a lot of people don't like different colors or different nails. But I like to be playful like that. I still wear my Christmas pajamas. Okay, these are old. These are like, these are super old, but I like them. I got these other ones too because you know they're warm and they make stuff for Christmas that's warm because Christmas is usually cold, and so I like I wear Christmas pajamas even if it's not Christmas. Now on my feet I put one color, like just one color. Chris in the house. Cool. 1 2 2 3 3. Nice to see you all back at post traumatic bliss. Yeah, I started this channel because for me growing up in trauma, there's so many things that I did not learn, you know, because I lost my parents at a very young age. And I like us to talk about those, right? Yeah, or the things that you know, the childhood that you wish you had because it could have helped you and it didn't, and the vital things that you missed. Like for me, I missed individualized care, so I struggled emotionally a lot. And even before I didn't understand why I was struggling emotionally. For example, I didn't understand why I was always anxious. And for me, wanting to deal with my anxiety led me to a journey of mental health, right? Understanding like we can change our brain. And if you have thinking, what, how can I change my brain? You have to think about the brain living in survival mode and the brain living in homeostasis and balance. Things like food and exercise are going to help you a lot in managing your anxiety. Um, like eating carbs and a lot of fruits, a lot of carbs can really affect your anxiety and make it spike. But when you eat more fatty foods like saturated fats, when you eat a more balanced diet with protein, um, with fats, mainly fats, right? You're going to manage your anxiety better because you will feel more in control of your body, of your, like all these small things that we talk about here are really important, because chances are if you're coming through childhood trauma, you are going to battle a lot of stress and anxiety, um, right? I always say mix it around, right? Mix food when you're eating, especially if you're fasting. Like if you go for a long fast, for me, I have discovered like when I eat healthier and I eat within a certain window of eating, and then I stop eating, my energy doesn't go like this. And guess what? My emotions also don't go like this, because I think emotions and energy, they follow one another. So if your energy is more stable, your emotional life is more stable. And when you're more stable emotionally, you can plan, you can think long term, you know, you can focus on long-term goals. Like I didn't even get that. I was so like, I would crash, like boom, I'm crashed, boom, I'm crashed, right? And I was telling my friend the other day, like, hey, I've been used to doing this, and this habit really messed up my mental health and my and it messed up like what do you call it, like my emotional energy levels. I like dates because everybody knows dates are like candy, right? So I'd buy dates, and then it's like every 1 hour I'll be eating on a date. I'm eating on a date. I'm eating on a date, right? Guess what's happening to my energy? Is going my blood sugar tuk, right? And then I feel fatigued, and then I'm tired, and I'm like, I can't concentrate for so long, and I'm like, there has to be something wrong with me, right? But I am not understanding, like I am eating sugar and I'm spiking blood sugar like that, like, you know. And I wonder, like, okay, why am I so bloated? Why am I not trim, right? And now I'm coming to understand, like, oh, I've been doing it so like, oh my God, like I've been doing it so wrong for so long. Like I meant dates. I don't know how do you say I meant dates, like eating the small little dates that have like seeds in them, and you just eat it, you know. And you're not thinking it is sugar, like you're not, like for me, I was very like when I felt very confronted when people were like, fruits are sugar, don't eat so much fruit, right? And I'm like, but they're natural. It's natural sugar, like, because I know I want to eat fruits, right? And I want to make the excuse to eat the sugar. But when you realize, like, sugar causes a lot of problems, not just your mood, it causes Alzheimer's, you know, it can cause cancer. Good evening. We have Wayi Clement Jackson from South Sudan. South Sudan in the house, right? Jesse walks here. Oh my God, we have Junior Mango, right? Uh, um, we have Dijani Mop, but I'm not sure what Dijani is saying. He says he's speaking French or Spanish. We have Vincius Longboard. Yes. Yes, Jesse, I have been, I've been working. This is the thing. I was working as a recruiter and a business development manager for this company that my friend started. And then, so I was working like during the day looking for clients and everything. But such a business, takes like 6 months to really, you start seeing clients flow in. But we didn't have the funds to go for 6 months. So that's why I'm back here online again. And this is why I like having an online community, because sometimes jobs are like this, but I feel like having an online community is really something that I can always fall back to. Like, I have people that I can connect with, people that we can discuss about mental health, which is my passion. I always feel like, hey, like I got a life going on the streets of social media, because you never know with jobs, right? Jobs are not like, jobs are not very consistent. So that's the other thing, right? um yeah, but we're surviving, are we not? We're surviving, are we not? So let me make oopsie. Okay, let me, sometimes this camera will be wobbly and I gotta like move it around. But we gotta make some hot chocolate right now, because don't worry, my kitchen is messy. Okay, I've been cooking. Okay, I've been healthy these days. Uh-huh. I think you guys can see I'm getting a little bit trim. I mean, I still have like this, like you can still see that I have a little, I mean, and I'm not gonna say that I have a lot of belly fat, because like this is nothing to me and this is still nothing to me. I can't say that. I honestly cannot say that. Yeah, it's, so whatever I'm taking has no sugar. So this is cocoa powder. You see, it says no sugar. Here, it says no sugar. It's a naturally, it has polyphenols, you know. Um, that's why. This is no sugar. It's like very natural powder. You see how it doesn't have sugar? I know sometimes you go to Starbucks and they have this like hot chocolate, like, and it's really like sugar, like, and that's what I avoid. Like, I purposely buy the one that has no sugar, because you don't want to mess up like that. The reason I'm taking it though is because I want to add collagen and I want to add creatine. Yeah, I'd like to add some collagen and some creatine on my hot chocolate. That's why I'm doing it. Jesus loves you, right? Let all people repent and return to the Lord, right? I always say, you know, it's not just about like, oh, just repent your sins and then you'll be cured of your illnesses. It's really a lifestyle change, right? Like, like I know, because when I was young and I said, oh, okay, I accept Christ as my personal savior, because I felt like the adults were guilting me to say this. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna do the right thing. I'm a goody two shoes, and I, you know, and I said that, and okay, I'm saved, right? But I didn't understand Christianity. It takes maturity to understand, like, hey, it's kind of like Christianity is more like a lifestyle change, right? You do your own thing, you eat your own food, you do whatever, and then all of a sudden you realize, okay, my diet's not working for me. I gotta change my life. I gotta do something different. I think a lot of people who say they're Christians, they haven't reached that point of personal spirituality, which for me, I always think is nonsense, right? It's nonsense to repent and to say you've repented and not change your lifestyle, right? You're not eating healthier, you're not more empathetic towards other people, you're not more loving towards other people. Like, what is it? You know, and a lot of Christians, we are kind of there. you know. Like, look at all the Christians who voted for kids to be separated with their families. And these are loving God, loving people. But they're like, well, we will vote against your rights and your human rights. But we love God, right? That's a lot of nonsense to me. Like, I can't even, right? Um, like, process the whole drama. So honestly, I got a lot of food left for tomorrow. God is good. Look at all this beef that I have for tomorrow and the next day. So I'm going to freeze it. Okay. I added ghee. Look at it. I added ghee to the beef, so it's kind of like really soggy. You know how I know that I have eaten real good food? Usually when I am kind of packing my food, I'll be tempted to eat more. Right now, I'm not even tempted to eat more food. Okay? Like, I'm done eating. That's how I know. Like, you got that feeling like, okay, my drawers are all open. Like, you got that feeling like, oh, I'm done with food. Like, I'm not going to eat more food because I feel like, yeah. And your body, when you give it like like, I cooked my food with ghee. There's a lot of saturated fats in ghee, right? And beans and olives, like very rich diet. And my body is like, okay, thanks, I understand now. Because your body, once you put food in your mouth and it's going through your stomach, even when you're preparing food, your body starts to sense what kind of nutrients you're going to give. You kind of start sensing the nutritional value. And once you start eating, it starts sending signals. Okay, we are receiving very rich food in whatever, in saturated fats. It starts sending those signals to your brain, right? And now my body, on a cellular level, it knows that it has to do a lot of work right now to just digest everything that I have put in. And it needs to do a slow job. So because it's not sugar, I'm not going to have a sugar spike. I'm not gonna feel ooh, like I'm on cloud nine and then crash. That's how you are able to go through long fastings, because you eat a lot of saturated fats. I was watching this doctor and she was saying that she eats sardines. She eats sardines because sardines are very, like, have a lot of dense micronutrients, all animals on the planet, they eat sardines, like animals in the sea, in the water. Hey girl, do you cook alkaline foods? For me, I'm starting this saturated fat diet, like, because I've been insulin resistant. You can see my gut, it goes like that, right? um, yeah, so today I was working out, right? It's been a working out day. I woke up, I did not sleep very well last night, so for some reason my sleep, and I've noticed my sleep is not where I want it to be, um, which is scary because sleep affects cortisol. And cortisol, if you have high cortisol, you have high stress, and you have high stress, you want to eat sugar, um, and that's kind of like what I'm avoiding, like high stress, high cortisol. Like it all works together. Sugar, once you kind of understand, like sugar and cortisol, they go together, and insulin, they go together. And insulin is just outdoor, insulin, diabetes, they go together. Diabetes and cancer, they go together. Like you can start tying it all together when it comes to your health pretty quickly, right? Stress brings cortisol. Cortisol makes you want to eat sugar. Sugar brings on, like it insulates your organs with fat, which is terrible for you, right? And that fat can cause inflammation, and that inflammation can cause disease, and that disease can cause cancer. You kind of start seeing that the problem becomes very quickly stress and sugar, cortisol and insulin, right? Like it just starts making sense to you that, hey, what if I avoid the things that I can, I can start to disturb that whole thing. Like you disturb that process by not eating sugar, right? Then now cortisol, because it relies on sugar to fuel it, then you're starving cortisol. And then you start burning. If you're fasting, then you start burning all the insulated visceral fat. Like we are not supposed to have fat here, because most of our organs, they are here, right? Your organs, the vital ones, the kidneys, the bladder, they're here in the abdomen. So we don't want fat around those vital organs in our body, because they can, with time, cause disease, right? And that's what we want to avoid. So you start kind of like understanding those things. So for people who are born in a less loving environment, I call it a traumatic environment. Like this is why I call it post-traumatic bliss. We really have to understand sugar and cortisol and homeostasis and balance. All these things are affecting us, and we have to really understand it. When I talk about mental health, I talk it in a very different way, right? I talk about it in a way that you understand your body. It's not just the nutrients you're eating, it's also what is happening at the cellular level, the mitochondria level, right? Your ability to stay sustained energy. I use ghee too, and virgin coconut oil. I cook okra, green grams, and kale, just to name a few. I love this lifestyle that you have, Yang Chwani. And mostly on fruits, especially for hydration. I want to know what to cook. On a daily basis, I'd say, for me, I'm avoiding sugar. And that is even sugar in fruits, because this one lady was telling me that, okay, let's imagine that, like, let's imagine how am I gonna say this? Okay, so let's imagine that this is all the blood that you have in your body, like a whole thing of this, right? Like this is the blood, right? When you eat sugar, you can have so much sugar in your blood, right, that it can become like, this is the amount of sugar that you have in your blood, but you need like 2 tablespoons like of sugar in your blood every day. Like you need less than 2 tablespoons of sugar. So if you're not like an apple can be like a gram of sugar, right? Just 1 apple, right? If you eat an apple and a banana that one day, you're done with your sugar intake. Like it's pretty it's so easy for your body to get used to the sugar. So let's go. Who else? Yeah, so that's kind of like today. So today, let me show you what I ate today. Okay. So these are leftovers, right, from today. Oops, this plate is warm. It was on the cooking, right? So I had some beans, right? I had some black beans. I had beef. I had eggs. I had olive oil. I have avocado and cheese, right? And cheese, and I feel good, right? I feel healthy. I feel energetic. Um, did I actually burn? Yeah, so it depends on what you're gonna eat yourself. But I always say, like, if you're using ghee, you're using a lot of saturated fats, which is so good, right? Um, because you're using the healthy fats to cook. A lot of people use canola oil. Don't use canola oil, like stuff like that. I always say, like, if I'm using anything to cook, I'm either using, I think coconut oil is good for cooking because it's high heat, and avocado oil. And maybe if you're using ghee or butter, then you can use those. But olive oil, not good for cooking high heat. Like if you're using heat, don't use olive oil. Olive oil is for room temperature. Don't use it. Um, because these oils, they can cause inflammation. When you eat with the wrong oil, you can cause inflammation too. So we are learning, right? We are learning. If you're not there yet, it's a journey. All of us, it's a journey. But most important is we look at the sugar. Sugar is the enemy. I'm not the enemy. Sugar is enemies. What I always ate, okay, so I've always kind of been very healthy, eating veggies and eating veggies and protein, right? I've always kind of been good, and also eating fruits, right? What I did, like, one of the healthy habits that I've always had is I've always been working out. Even when I was eating lots of fruits, I was always working out, but it did bring me like some insulin resistance. But at least I was always eating natural healthy food. I naturally do not eat food that's, I naturally do not eat food that's processed or packaged. I don't eat anything frozen. I don't, I always, like, I'll cook my own, right? I'll cook my own. So I think that has really helped me become, like, have a stable weight. But what I don't want anymore is I don't want the highs and lows of sugar, because those ones, they put you in survival mode, and they'll put you in a place where you feel like, oh, you cannot escape the highs and lows. Like you feel that, that you're always like tired, foggy, like stuff like that. And I want to escape that. And that is brought about by sugar. Hello, Pito and Belly. What is this one? Pito, Look Front, James Topot, Bayiterem, Richard. Some of you have tricky names. You're tricking me. Your name is difficult. I'm trying to say it, but no. Your name be difficult. Who is this? Pito and a belly. Where are you from? Are you from Africa? I think that sounds like an African name, in a belly, but it's not Kenyan because I know Kenyan names. Let me put this on the fridge. So I'm trying to. Now let's make hot chocolate. Look for the bare necessities, simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I'm in the bare necessities, the simple. Look for the bare necessities, the simple bare necessities. Forget about your worries and your strife. I'm in the bare necessities. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. I used to love that Jungle Book when I was little. That was one of my favorite Disney, probably still one of my, I think it's still my favorite. I really like the Jungle Book. Who else liked the Jungle Book? I loved it. So right now, I'll put collagen. And this is MCT. A little bit of MCT to help with the fasting, because now the fasting has begun. And then we're gonna do creatine. I'm gonna do a little bit of creatine. Creatine is good for the muscles. Okay, so smudge. Hi, David Gabriel. Nice to see you. Shout out, shout out. Not by chance in the house. Platinum player in the house. Man, all you guys showed up today. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Okay, so by last Christmas I needed to buy some parts, because I had like these old parts. I don't use powder milk, to be honest. That will do. I don't use powder milk. Milk, I have a love-hate relationship with milk, right? But it's love-hate. Sometimes when I take it, I can take milk for 3 days in a row, right? Even 2 days is stretching it, but definitely not 3 days. Because if I do that, I start shaking, like my body. I think after that, my body is like, we are not able to get rid of this. Peter and a belly, you know, you don't pay me enough to dance for you. I'm not getting paid to dance. What do you want me to do with the leftover tea? Where is PNG? No, I don't have a belly button. I have a piercing, but I don't have a. I don't put jewelry. No, I don't dance for you, cause you're not paying me. You know what? I shut it down for a while. I shut down the class for a little bit, but I am going to put it up on Google Drive. That way, it doesn't cost me a monthly fee to put it up. And if you guys want to do the post-traumatic bliss class, you're welcome to do it. Let me know. Send me an email on monica@posttraumaticbliss.com. Let me tell you, there is nothing more important in life than your health, and your mental health is so super important. So when you understand what mental health entails, I don't know why I put this class, but for me, I had such a hard time myself, right? I had such a difficult time mastering my mental health. And I don't know about you guys, but when I was looking at the information, like online, the influencers and people in the mental health space, they left me more confused. And like, because I mean, they say things, but they don't give you the whole story, right? You will meet somebody else, like who will say, "Oh, think positively," right? And you're confused about, okay, so what does thinking positively really entail? And sometimes I tell people, sometimes thinking negatively is thinking positively, right? And that is how our 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 mind is wired. For example, what I mean, let's say you're in the bush, right? You're somewhere out there in the bush, and you hear the rustling of the bushes, like they're rustling, right? Let's say you are thinking positively and you assume, oh, it's just the wind. And then it happens to be a lion or a snake, right? Then you're in big trouble, right? But if you're thinking negatively and you assume it's a tiger or a lion and you start running, if it was the wind, you're still safe, right? If it was a lion, you're still safe because you ran, right? And a lot of these people in the mental health space, they just tell you, oh, think positively, and you feel like they're gaslighting you, because why are they assuming that, first of all, that you don't know how to think? Why are they assuming, first of all, that you don't think positively? Because you're naturally trained to think that way. Not me. The account said PNG. What is PNG? Loki, the elephant behind, is stealing the whole show. that elephant, that there's an elephant and the lion, right? And then there's these other animals, like the big five. There's this rhino that you can see, right? Oh, so this one, see this one? Guess what that one is? The buffalo, right? We got the buffalo. So I'm Kenyan. This is when you know I'm Kenyan, right? Because of the big five. the elephant. Ponty, if you want to, Pito, if you want me dancing, catch me when I'm doing my, what do you call it? When I'm doing my muscle workouts. Because sometimes when I'm doing my muscle workouts, you will see me dancing. You will see me lively dancing. And honestly, like you can tell when I'm talking about mental health. I don't know why I'm still having this. They should be charging. when I'm talking about mental health, like you guys, you can even tell sometimes the energy, right? You can tell somebody's energy, right? Whether somebody has low energy that day, whether they're in good energy that day. And sometimes it's just the food, right? Sometimes it's just the food. If their body got what it needed, then it puts them in a state of, okay, you can relax because your cells are fed. It's always like these things for me, nobody ever told me when I was learning about mental health. Like sometimes we think it's our emotions. We're not really thinking our emotions are affected by the food. Like we are not putting these things together. And once you're not putting this together, you're like, you always think there's something wrong with you. Like, why are you like that? And chances are, if you've been raised through trauma, like for me, right? Being raised through trauma, being raised through poverty, being raised not knowing the kind of foods that are good and optimal for my health, like before somebody tells you all this information and breaks it down. That's why I have my class, right? I know a lot of people be like, okay, it's just another person on the internet asking for money, asking for a class. It's not just a class, right? Like I put it out there in case you had a traumatic childhood like mine, right? And nobody taught you about mental health, or nobody took good care of you, so you're learning how to take care of yourself and provide yourself good mental health. Then I come in and I show you, okay, here's the shortcut. Okay, food is going to be important, but it's not just what you eat, it's also when you eat. What you eat and when you eat it. A lot of people are eating at night. Like, don't eat at night. For me, I like to eat between, in the morning, between like, let's say 8, 9, but I don't want to eat anything until after 3 p.m. Like I'm done with food, right? We're done, completely done. And then it gives my body time to reset, to take all those things. And if I'm eating the right foods, I will not feel like I am starving, like, oh my God, I really need to eat. If I'm busy, I really don't need to eat. I'm not thinking about food. But that is if you ate a lot of saturated fats. If you ate sugar, fruits, I don't know what you guys eat sometimes, oatmeal, like all that. Why was I shouting? I felt like I was shouting for 1 minute there. See? Let me chill, let me calm down. Let me read your comments. I think prunes are good for going to the bathroom. This coffee mug? I've lived in the US for like more than 10 years now. Time flies. It does. Yeah. Yeah, but tell me, it's not easy living in the US. I can tell you that. I like it. So you guys know Wicked, the movie Wicked, but with Cynthia Ivaro and Erivo and Ariana Grande. So this is a Wicked mag. Right? Surely by nine I'm usually asleep. Like by 9, like I don't want to be awake. By around 7 I start preparing for bed. 2 hours of preparing for bed, right? Because I know by 9 I'm out. My problem is I'm waking up around 1 1:30, 1:20. Sometimes I wake up to just pee, but then I'm not able to go back to sleep. Sometimes I can fall back asleep, sometimes I am on. But the problem is, yes, I wake up, I am on, but I don't want to wake up and do anything because it's 1 a.m. I'm like not in the, like I feel like I just don't want to do anything. Uh, yeah. I don't take whiskey. I don't drink alcohol. Rainbow decided to land on my nails. Peter, are you being offensive on this channel? Do you know we usually don't do offensive content here. This is post-traumatic bliss, okay? My nails are celebrating the spring, okay? This is to remind you the spring is here, the little bunnies are out, the flowers are out. Happy vibes, it's spring. It's my best, spring is my best and most favorite season, okay? Nothing beats the loveliness of spring. Not even summer, not fall, nothing, okay? Not winter. The best is the spring. Everything is springing into life. I love spring. Hands down, I'm celebrating the spring. All the beautiful colors that are gonna come out. Just nice. Yeah, we are celebrating the festival of life. Life on the planet. Springing. We have Mr. Nawab 8090, shout out. You're in the house. We have Kembor from Meghalaya, India. Nice. Ozpaul, good morning from Australia. I'm Kenyan. Mr. Nawab. Every nail is a color of its own, right? But they are matching, right? They are matching, but they're different colors. Which is your favorite color? I mean, I have more pink and then I have yellow and blue. So that's like, Tim, where are you? It's still snowing? Really? In the middle of spring? Oh my God, you need to move. You need to move to California, my darling. Like, why are we dealing with snow right now? Why are we dealing with snow? Tim likes the yellow. I kind of like this cute little blue and the yellow too. I mean, they are beautiful. I do need to move a little. I just ate. You're right. Of course, I'm from Africa. Asking me if I'm from Africa is like asking me, are you from planet Earth? Like, you gotta see this melanin. It speaks for itself, right? And then my accent, right, speaks for itself. What are you talking about? Yes, it doesn't snow in California, not in LA now. Walking Tall, Slamo, Vidi Miyagi in the house. The pink, I got like different pinks. I have this one on the thumb, the middle finger, the index finger, and then the pinky. I mean, all these colors are beautiful against my skin, I think. Uh, I'm from Nairobi. I am from Nairobi. A little bit outside of Nairobi. Um, not in Nairobi, but I'm drinking hot chocolate. Without sugar, with a lot of collagen. Yeah, with stuff inside. Tree Light Travel, are you from South Africa? I've been to South Africa. South Africa is lovely. If you want good food, you go to South Africa, okay? That's about it. If you want good food, you go to South Africa. Did I tell you the secret? If you want good food, if you want good food, you go to South Africa, okay? I've never eaten better food than food in South Africa, hands down. Like, you know, whether you're in, even Lesotho included, right? Because like that kingdom is kind of inside of South Africa somehow. But South Africa equals good food, okay? Okay? Okay. Okay. Hey. That's why you're getting fat. Let me tell you. Come to post-traumatic bliss. I'm going to show you the winning formula of losing fat. See, I mean, I've been losing belly fat, to be honest. I have been losing body fat. Let me grab my phone. Give me one sec. Got things to show you guys. Okay, we back. So sometimes when I am watching things on social media, like when I wake up at 1 a.m. and I'm like, shit, I don't know what else to do. I send myself things. Okay. So this sometimes people have good muscles. Okay, see this. Okay. This is amazing, right? What's amazing is how he gets on here. That's how he does it. I know. It's crazy. He just jumps into somebody else's head. That was so funny. I don't know. Of course I painted the toenails. So there's that lady. She was talking about sugar. Maybe I send it over to my friend. I can find it. It was, I sent, okay. So let me see, Ashish Ranjan. Can you show, what's that? I don't even know what you're talking about. Can I show? What's that? We have Brazil in the house. Futi, Bob Professor, Ashish, Pinto. I always say South Africa has good food, but if you don't want to overeat, just eat a protein rich diet, for saturated fat diet. Just avoid the carbs and avoid the sugars, and then do intermittent fasting. Like, this is going to drop, and then work on your muscles. Add some creatine, like I put some creatine on my hot chocolate, right? Work on the muscles. Follow this channel. You're going to learn slowly by slowly. I mean, you can learn mental health in one day. I did not learn it in one day. If you took my class, you would cut your time, right? You, instead of learning about mental health in 10 years, you could cut your time and learn mental health in like 4 weeks. Cut your time, save your money, save your energy. Sometimes it makes sense to spend money on something that's going to cut your time and labor. That's what is say moving through life smart. Yeah, and carnivore energy, sometimes carnivore diets works for some people, right? For me, I can't just eat carnivore diet because I need olives, I need eggs, I need all these other, I don't care too much for fruit, for veggies and fruits. I know that sounds weird, but I really don't care so much for veggies and fruits. More saturated fats for me. That's what does a good diet for me. So everybody is different, right? Everybody is different. Um, Yeah, and you see, like somebody like Jesse loves veggies, and there are people who are vegetarians and they do well with veggies. Now, when I eat veggies, I bloat a lot more than when I eat fats, right? And that's why I say everybody's body is different. For me, like when I eat a lot of, like, if I eat a lot of veggies, I tend to bloat, like serious bloating. um, and you guys have seen me eat, right? I mean, there's a little bit of bloating because I've eaten, but this will soon go away. But if I was eating veggies, I'd look like I'm pregnant with twins. um, and veggies are good. Yeah, don't follow my advice when it says, like, for me, I'm saying for my body, right? But doctors will tell you to eat lots of veggies. In fact, they tell you to eat different color rainbow, like eat the rainbow, so that you have all this natural microbiome in your body. And you also want to eat veggies because you want your body to remember to digest these kinds of foods. Because let's say you stopped eating veggies completely and then you eat veggies, your body may not remember how to digest the food. Or even if you stop taking carbs entirely, your body might have a hard time digesting carbs once you start eating carbs. Remember, it's neuroscience. What you do not use, you lose, right? If you can lose the ability. I don't know. Okay, stop typing repeated ones because I have to remove, but I'm not going to keep removing your comments like this. Eventually I block people, right? Careful. Right, eating healthy is very good. Hi, Lahiki Junior, Lahike. How do you say it? Yeah, you know what? That's a good idea. I don't like I don't like trolls. I don't like to have to waste energy uh, on all this. Oh, wait. Maybe I blocked the wrong person. Yup. Hi SP3897. Welcome to Post Traumatic Bliss. A lot of people ask me, why did you name your channel Post Traumatic Bliss? All this bliss, right? Because a lot of people talk about post-traumatic stress, and I'm not gonna minimize. Stress is the leading killer, right? But once you understand stress and you understand how to evade it, you're going to live a blissful life because there's healing, there's learning, there's growth, there's forgiving, there is eating healthy, there is working out, there is making all these lifestyle changes, there is getting into long-term beautiful relationships, there is dropping and avoiding negative people like the plague, right? And once you start understanding these things, you're going to naturally create a beautiful life for yourself. Like for me, I didn't know these secrets. It took me a long time to master them, right? And I don't want you wasting another decade, 2 years, 4 years, 10 years without knowing these things. That's why I am so passionate, okay? This is my passion. Everybody has something they're born to do, and you better figure out what it is. For me, coming from a very difficult childhood, struggling as a young adult, I have compassion for people who are like me, right? Young adults. I say, if you're in your 20s, I make this class very, very affordable for you, especially if you're in your early 20s, because hey, if you can get it together in your early 20s, you're going to have very blissful 30s and you're going to have wonderful 40s, okay? 50 will be a breeze for you, right? You have lived your life to the fullest. Don't waste, don't waste your 20s. Waste your 20s learning about mental health, learning, understanding things, right? Living with wisdom. But if you delay that, if you delay living with wisdom and learning in your 20s, shit's gonna hit the fan, right? I'm gonna tell you the truth. It's going to at some point. GZ Walk says, I'm almost 50. How has been your experience with mental health, right? Just be honest here. In your 20s, did you get it right? Or are you starting to get it right now? Or like, you know, yeah, I don't understand. Not by chance. I think you're losing it, but I don't know what you mean that you're Epstein. Are you unraveling in front of the whole post-traumatic bliss? Right, right. So this guy was talking about sardines and blood sugar.
Carbohydrates and 16 grams of protein. So typically I'm not a huge sardine fan, but these are loaded with omega-3 fatty acids, which are super good for you, and they're also high in protein. Some people actually consider these sardines to be a superfood. So let's give them a try to see what they do to my blood sugar. All right, it's been a couple of hours since I've had the sardines. Let's have a look at the glucose monitor to see what happened. And you can see there's absolutely no spike here at all, a nice even line. These are a great superfood. Eating sardines has been used as a remedy for a number of serious ailments, including depression, inflammation, and heart disease. I'm trying to include more of these into my diet because they're so great. I don't like the taste.
Nobody likes the taste of sardines, okay? I want to say, I'm going to look for sardines today, but I don't like the taste of them, but I want to eat them, you know, because if they have all these micronutrients that actually make your body feel so good that your brain moves from depression to not being depressed, why are we not taking sardines? You know, this is just that we were not well educated about the foods that we should eat. But once we realize, like, hey, you're suffering from depression, go look for some sardines. Let me close this door. Right? Um, Not by chance, you're not making sense. I mean, I've seen you on this channel before, but I just don't. I right now you're kind of like not coherent in the things you're saying. David Silva is a Portuguese. What? What are we talking about here? Okay, so Jesse saying it's been a real struggle. It's been a major struggle for a long time. I had to really do some soul searching and decide to grow, right? I always say this one person who asked me, like, how many social workers does it take to change a light bulb? And they said one, if the light bulb wants to change. We really have to figure out whether the pain of staying the way that we are is worth it, or like changing is going to be better, right? Like for me, waking up and deciding, oh, I'm gonna go for a run, or I'm going to intermittent fast. Well, I gotta decide at some point, am I going to stay the same person and then go into become pre-diabetic and then have diabetes, or am I going to wake up and actually do something about my health? Like those are serious decisions that you just gotta make, right? Loving yourself is a huge decision that you're gonna make. Are you going to choose yourself over other people, or are you going to keep being a people pleaser, right? Like, are you going to say no to people when they ask for your time, or are you going to deplete your resources? Are you like, honestly, like all these things that you gotta do in life, sometimes you gotta make it, you gotta get it. But I think what makes it hard is when you don't have somebody to explain it to you, and then you don't know exactly what you need to change or how you need to change. For me, living with anxiety, I had to read books about anxiety because Because I mean, what are you gonna do? There's no pill out there, that there's no one magic pill that you can take so that you can heal your anxiety. Anxiety comes as a result of learning how to manage it. I mean, dealing with anxiety comes with as a result of learning how to manage it and what it is and how to manage it. And so some of us, we have to go through all these books to read them, because your doctor is not having time or an educative session with you and asking you to explain, oh, anxiety and how it came about, go through your childhood, go through these things. Like these things, you gotta do it yourself. um you didn't send your video series. Okay, yes, I'm sorry, Sandam Ranjana. I have I want to upload them on a new link. I had to get a new Google Workspace account, right? I had to get a new Google Workspace account. I know I have to send you those, and I'm going to send you those for free. Don't worry, I'll work on that today. I'm hoping tomorrow they can upload. They can take sometimes like 7 hours to upload. I'm going to work with Gmail to make sure that I'm able to upload those, because I got a new account on Google Workspace. It cost me like $20, like the Google Workspace. Kajabi cost me like $200. So I'm like, maybe this one is a little bit better. You know, I'm doing intermittent fasting, so maybe I can save some coins and keep that Google Workspace for you guys. I bear the weight of others people anxiety. Not by chance. Okay, you bear the weight of other people's anxiety. Does that mean you can feel other people's anxiety? That means you are very sensitive. Your nervous system is sensitive. You get a nervous system from trauma, right? The more you're not well insulated, if you're not well protected and you don't feel safe, your nervous system has to protect you. So it has to be very sensitive to what other people are feeling. So if these people are aggressive towards you, you can protect yourself. That's the main reason why your nervous system would be sensitive, right, to other people's nervous systems and how they're feeling and their emotions, because you have lived in an environment where you're on high alert, and you have to be on high alert to protect yourself. So your nervous system is not for you to protect other people, is for the nervous system to protect you. And when you understand that, you start working with your nervous system to protect you. It wants you to feel what other people are feeling so that you can protect yourself. But if you start feeling what other people are feeling, and then you start feeling empathy and sympathizing with them a lot to your own detriment, you're not helping your nervous system protect you. You need to be in one team with your nervous system. Your here needs to be in the same team as your nervous system. Your nervous system is doing a good job sensing what other people are feeling. Your job is to understand why it's sensing what other people are feeling, because it feels like you're not safe. That's why it's sensing, it's working hard to sense what other people are feeling. But you need to use that to protect yourself, to kind of understand like, oh, I'm sensing this person is a loser, I need to get away from them. I'm sensing this person is not helpful, I need to get away from them and get somebody else who I can sense is in alignment. So you have a gift to help yourself, but if you misinterpret the reason why God gave you that gift, you can use it for the wrong reasons. You know, you're not here to help other people heal from their anxiety. People will heal from their anxiety when they want to deal with their anxiety. They'll sort out a coach like me who is going to help them, right? You're not here to help other people with their anxiety. You need to deal with your own, right? And when I'm talking of dealing with your own anxiety, start eating right. Stop eating first start eating right, start exercising, drinking water. We start with the basic. We get the sugar level. We get the sugar going. stable, not this way, right? Anxiety is this way. And if you're eating wrong, you're feeding the anxiety and the cortisol and the stress, right? We want stable, balance, homeostasis, ketosis, okay? That's why we start eating right. Not by chance, you start eating right. When you start eating right, you tell your nervous system that you're not in survival mode, okay? So your nervous system is going to stop being very anxious because first of all, you're eating the right food, so you're healing your body, and so you will not be anxious. You will now, instead of feeling other people's anxiety, because you're not anxious, your nervous system will start feeling the other emotions that you feel, like the emotions of feeling like well-being. You will start now feeling those ones. Now you will start vibrating and attracting people on another frequency. Right now you're not eating well, your energies are like these, ups and down, you have anxiety, you're attracting people with that energy. When you change your nervous system and you're more steady, you start attracting people on that same frequency as you. Because our nervous system is a system that attracts, right? We mirror people. You want to stay calm because the calmest person is people gravitate towards calm people. And if you're not eating well, if you're not eating saturated fats, if you're always eating sugar, carbs in the morning when you wake up, instead of eating those oatmeals and those things that have sugar and you eat them, make yourself some beans, make yourself some avocado, put on some cheese, put on some beef over there, put on some good ghee, overload, right? You will be so calm. Okay? Because at a cellular level, your cells will be healthy and they will not be fighting to survive like when you're on sugar and you are what you eat. You choose yourself over others 100%, okay? 100%. Okay? If my choosing myself makes you be in a bad position, you've put me in a very, very difficult place, but I will choose myself because I'm gonna save myself first at the end of the day, okay? Unless you're my child, I'm not choosing you. Savage, right? Unless you're my child. And even if you're my child, it has to be it has to be reasonable, right? It has to be reasonable, even if you're my child, right? If you're my child and you're addicted to drugs and you want to come to ruin my finances and my life, I'm gonna tell you to go F yourself because I'm not gonna help you, right? Like, there are still boundaries. How am I? Hi, Dino. Kamara, nice to see you. Sanjan, I will. I know, like, I'm going to send you all that because I know you're interested in neuroplasticity and how people learn, and I'm going to send you all that. Hey, Outdoors Man. Love people from Outdoors. I like that name, Outdoors Man. It really tells me about, the vibe that you have. You like the outdoors, you like sunshine, you love nature. I think there are things that some people can say about them, even the name that they choose, and you're like, oh God, I love it. Thank you. You love my nails. Love them too. They're beautiful. This is the spring. We are welcoming the spring with good energy. Revamp in the house. Revamp in the house. Nice to see you, love. Now, by chance, wow. Oh, sweetheart, that makes sense, right? I always tell you, when it comes to mental health, I'm the guru. You people say out there that they are the guru of mental health. Let me tell you, if you had a childhood that I had, and you had to work hard to understand mental health so that you can help yourself, heal your anxiety. Like, I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. And when you're 6 years old and you don't have a parent, you're living in a war zone. The whole world is war zone for you. You grow up with so much anxiety that people don't like, you're hiding it, but it's leaking, but it's a lot of anxiety. I had a lot of anxiety. Okay, I always had problems with my stomach, problems bloating. um my energy was, sometimes I'm crushed, sometimes I have energy, sometimes it's all gone, right? I had these ups and downs. So when I tell you I know about mental health, I know a thing or two. And I have helped a lot of people understand their mental health. And it all begins with your nervous system. Anybody who is telling you that you have like a chemical imbalance, all that nonsense, it's your whole nervous system that you need to understand. And your whole nervous system is affected by your habits, is affected by the way your knowledge, it is affected by your emotions, is affected by the things you eat, is affected by your lifestyle. Your nervous system is affected by almost everything you do, but it also affects you, right? And that's why I want you to understand this nervous system, the top down approach and the bottom up approach, right? Like, this is what happens. You put your first fight, you put in a bottom-up approach to your nervous system. This is when you learn things, you practice things, and you're teaching yourself. And then it becomes so good, right? It starts working automatically for you, right? Let's say the way you had to learn math, right? You had to learn what 1 means, what 2 means, what 3 means, what 4 means. You had to learn what 2 minus 1 means, what 2 times 0 means. And then all of a sudden right now, if I tell you 2 times 0, 0, right? You already know 2 times 1, 2. Like, you kind of already know these things, like they are here. But you didn't know these things. You had to teach yourself. Teaching yourself is what I call the bottom-up approach, where you are creating these neural connections. And then when you're downloading it, right, it's called the bottom-up approach. This is when you're so good that you don't even have to think about what you're doing. That's the bottom-up approach. But everything happens by creating those neural connections. Why I never met a woman with a brain like yours. I'm very intuitive. I've been through this. Um, and you will see, once you start understanding these little life changes, understanding your nervous system, not by chance, you're going to master anxiety. Because anxiety is the fear of the unknown. And if you think about, like for me, my childhood, right? Growing up without parents, of course you have to have anxiety, because every day you're faced with unknown fears and you don't have anybody to talk to about them. So the anxiety becomes great, right? It affects the way you digest your food, it affects your sleep, it affects all these things, right? We are constantly being faced by anxieties. And when you don't have like a support system, this is why I tell people, get a support system, get a spouse. If you can find somebody who loves you, you get married and you live in this stable relationship, even if it's not like a relationship that has a lot of material wealth, it's just somebody who can soothe your nervous system, somebody who can give you a hug, somebody who can hug you, like your regulating your nervous system, right? Because our nervous system understands the language of love. If you want your nervous system to stay calm, it has to have a language of love being spoken to it. That's why the 5 love languages are important. You hear people, they love words of affirmation. So people like people to do acts of service to them, like make them a cup of tea. Other people, they like words of affirmations, telling them, hey, you're beautiful. I like, you're doing a great job. Like, a lot of people like words of affirmations, especially men, right? Because women get a lot of affirmations every day. You're told you're beautiful, like you like women get a lot of that, and but I feel like it becomes a main language of men because men need that affirmation, like, hey, you're doing good in this relationship. Oh, like they need that feedback, right? People need that feedback. That's why a lot of people like words of affirmations. Some people like physical touch, right? Like when they are nervous or when they're not feeling at ease, they like somebody to just come and give them a hug, right? Physical touch is very good for regulating your emotions. That's why if you have anxiety, prioritizing a loving connection might be very hard for you because you may have this avoidant attachment style, or you may have this anxious avoidant. For me, I have this disorganized anxious avoidant attachment style, and it does interfere with my ability to connect with others because I kind of like to regulate myself. I am more at peace when I'm by myself. That's when I feel the most regulated, right? But if you can find a loving connection that doesn't destabilize you, I always say it's very good mental health. Find people you can go to do activities with, whether it's hiking, cooking. Like I have a friend of mine, we are trying to do a 2-day fast, not this week, but after, after our period, we will do a 2-day fast. But like you have somebody who you're doing shit with, like you know that will help you with your anxiety. I'm not in a relationship. That waiter in the house. Kenny Mark is asking me where I'm from. I'm from Kenya. How did they pass away, if I may ask? Oh, both my parents. It's very sad. I'll tell you later. Let me see. Let me go through these comments. Creator man, you earlier shaved your head. I don't shave my head. I put on extensions. So when I remove them, you think I have shaved my head. But I kind of braid. I'm African. I do African hairstyling. Sometimes we are braiding. Sometimes I put on a weave. It's all to protect my hair. You can see I have very, very delicate hair. My type of hair is called 4C. 4C hair. It means it has very thin strands, and these strands of hair, they are also very curly. Like they got like this kinky, coily nature to them. That means if I don't protect them, or if they're not well oiled, they're easily able to lose water to the atmosphere. You know that whole biology, if something is very tiny, it loses a lot of water to the atmosphere. So my hair gets dry very quickly, and then because it has all these coily strands, right, it's very hard for the lipids to just move through the kinks, through the, so my hair very fragile. I have to constantly protect it, whether I have a hair band that I'm protecting it from this, because I don't want it to get too dry, or I'm preventing it from breaking, so I gotta braid it. I do a lot with my hair. I mean, all of you guys, you've been in my channel, you've seen my hair change every day. People at work always ask, about my hair. It's changing, ever changing. That's the deal here. Oh, she's living in America. Do you have a person? No, I'll keep saying that. So I'll leave you right now. Myra, bye-bye. Thank you for storytelling. Thank you. Creator man, I don't know what you're saying. Do the right thing, says she's right. Yeah. Someone snatched mine install off. Why would somebody do such a rude thing? Nobody's supposed to do that's very rude. That would be very, very rude. Hands off other people's life, right? It's not good to put your hands on other people's life. Hands off. I am dark and lovely, right? One of a kind. There'll never be another me on this planet. since time began. Okay. So yeah, so my parents died when I was young. It was my dad who died first. He had a business, and his partner was very jealous of my dad, and we didn't know, but the partner was a serial killer. Yeah, he murdered my dad. He was a serial killer. So my dad disappeared for 8 days, and we were wondering where he was. And I was too young to understand these things. My mom was searching for him for 8 days. And on the 8th day, she decided to go to the business partner's house. And my mom had a very weird feeling when she was in that house. She felt like something was wrong with this house, so she called the police. And so they searched the property, and they discovered that in that property they had another 8 people who had been buried in that property. This man was a serial killer. Yeah. You wanted to know? That's that. And so we tried to get justice for my dad, and in the process my mom was murdered. Yep. So that's how I began my life. With trauma and anxiety and not love, I don't trust people all the way. If you have I think part of the reason why I don't like being around people that much is because when such a thing happens to your family, you don't trust people anymore, right? You're very careful. Yeah, it happens. So when I talk about anxiety and trauma, I know what I'm talking about, right? When I'm trying to help people, I know there are people who can come into your life and ruin your life. Okay? So when we say that we avoid negative people, okay? Avoid negative people. They could take everything away from you, especially jealous people. Okay? When we say you block them without even questioning, okay? You block them and you move on. You do that. Yeah, you do that when you respect the way you're feeling. You trust your instincts. When you have a feeling that somebody is not good, don't wait for an explanation. Okay, don't wait for an explanation. There is a reason why your nervous system senses these things. Okay, if you don't feel happiness around somebody, if you don't feel calm around somebody, move out, move on. Okay, move on. If somebody wants to be around you to cause arguments, to argue, to just move on, right? People who love you want to put you in a nice calm space, in a calm environment where you can enjoy life and enjoy their time. When my dad passed, I was probably like 3 years old. Yeah, I was like 3. I have small memories of I can remember my mom. I cannot remember my dad that very well. I cannot remember him very well. And then, so I came from a big family, so my relatives could not take in a big family. That is 1990. When my mom died, it was 1994. I think it was August of 1994. Yup. Myra says, you're not married? Um, so are you, Kelly? Right? We are all rare. We are rare, and every experience you have in life teaches you something, right? It always teaches you something. For me, you have to overcome things. And overcoming anxiety for me was very difficult. That's why I share mental health. It was actually my battle towards understanding mental health to cure my anxiety. Because intuitively, I knew that there's nothing wrong with my brain. I have good memory, I do well in school, you know. Like I knew, like even if I had anxiety, I was performing very well in school. I was pretty sharp, right? So I had the understanding like there is nothing wrong with my brain. Like there is actually nothing wrong with my brain. I'm actually okay. But obviously something was wrong because I had anxiety. So for me, understanding the nature of anxiety and not understanding like, hey, it's not my brain, it's my nervous system, is the way my nervous system is trained to react to things, is the way that I am not sure of what the next step in my life is going to be. So I live in anxiety because I don't have an adult explaining to me life goes like this. People do this at this stage in their life, then this happens. I didn't have like that individualized care and guidance, which naturally people get from good parents, because some parents are not good, okay? Some parents are not good. Uh, exactly, plasma, right? If you lose a parent at the age of 3, that's going to affect you. For me, I also believe like below the age of 10, losing a parent, when those are very formative years. You need your father to provide for you, you need their love, their affection, you need them to play with you. Those are, you will be prone to anxiety, right? Because it's very formative years of your life. See, when I was learning about anxiety, nobody explained these things to me. Nobody explained to me that if you lose one parent or both parents, you're traumatized. If you grow up with a parent who is sick and unwell, you get traumatized. If your parent doesn't love you, you get traumatized. If they neglect you, you get traumatized. Um, and that trauma can be the same like a soldier going into war, getting maimed, and not being able to cope in life. That is the level of anxiety it is to a child, because that's the level of anxiety you can compare it to. See, I did not know that. And for me, knowing that, I actually made me understand like, okay, let me validate this anxiety that I have, right? I feel like I'm in a war zone every day and I have anxiety, right? And so once I understood that, right, now I'm like, okay, my nervous system is wired to survive because all I am is in survival mode. Now to unlock that, right? Now I had to start to unlock that, unravel that, and understand the nervous system. And I tell you, when you understand the capabilities of the nervous system to heal itself, like God gave you an exceptional system. Okay, when scientists say that the brain is plastic, that you can change your mind, the mind can change itself, all you have to know is that the brain is exceptional, your nervous system is exceptional, right? Is the most intelligent thing you'll ever find, right? Is that intelligent. And then once you realize God gave you that, he just gave it to you for free. He gave you that kind of level of intelligence that you can heal yourself. All you gotta know is now how. How do I heal myself? How do I go about this? And this knowledge is out here, right? Is out here. People have mastered it. People have always healed, and you can master it. You know, we all can. and there is hope, right? Depends if the parents wants to parent a child. Okay, yeah, obviously, right? Some parents don't want to parent. Some parents are lazy. Some parents are overwhelmed. They're not just not capable. Like if you have a parent that's sick, you're going to get traumatized because obviously you're not provided for and protected. But it's not that they don't want to, it's because they're not capable of doing. Or if you, and the reason why personally I don't have kids is poverty is traumatizing. And for me, being raised in poverty, I got traumatized. And I was never going to get kids when I felt like I'm still battling poverty. I'm still battling like no time. Like these days, a lot of parents, they go to work, but they don't have time. So their kids end up getting neglected and on social media anyway. Um, like I don't want that, right? Like I just don't. I don't want to bring a child in the universe and then not have time for them. I'm working 8 hours, then I only have like 2 hours to help them with homework, and then I'm like, I don't know, I'm tired. Like, mm-mm, let's not do that. Dad makes his child feel strong. Without a dad, a child feels anxious and is vulnerable to trauma. You know, you can have substitutes of a dad, right? You can have your uncle, you can have other male figures in your life like supporting you, or you can have a big older brother or somebody. But dads do have testosterone, and testosterone makes you feel safe and protected. And then a lot of dads, they also play with their children, they take them out, they do all these things. And children, you will see a lot of time they will brag about their dad, how strong he is, right? Because they're feeling protected by the dad. And he may even be a loser, but the kids, if the dad shows maturity around the kid, they'll feel safe. But eventually, if the dad is weak, he may be there, but if the dad is a drunkard, he is weak, he's not in control of his emotions, if he drinks all the time, starts calling people's names, brings violence in the house, he will also traumatize the children because he's going to be neglecting them. But luckily for me, right, and I said this, like, I am lucky, I still had my parents for a good 3 years of my life, right? And those 3 years are very formative, like, and I think that is why I was able to be very resilient. My two younger brothers were not able to become as resilient as I am. But I think those 3 years of having both parents actually protected me from extreme trauma. In a way, I am lucky. Like, having good loving parents for the first 3 years of your life can still protect you very much from a lot of trauma, because those 3 years of my life, I was extremely loved by my parents. They provided for me, they protected me, they made me happy. Like, my parents were super, super loving. And I remember being like, the few memories I have of my dad was my dad playing with me, my dad making me laugh. And I have like 3 or 4 memories of my dad. But I remember him taking me into his car, taking me somewhere. I remember him at home cracking jokes and I was laughing. I remember him with my mom, the 3 of us in the house. Like, I had good memories of my dad loving me, right? And I was 3 years old, and I'm still surprised that I remember my dad, even if it's like small figments of memory. I'm surprised that I still remember him. Yeah, and those formative years I can say that I could probably have unraveled way worse way worse, because yeah, I have two younger brothers. They are not able to take care of themselves, and I know that is childhood trauma. You know, I know it comes from the childhood trauma. Can you tell me what I do? Let me see. I'm missing something. Double tap, like, love, peace. Depends. Yeah. Can you tell me what I can do? Did I miss Naresh? Naresh, can you that elephant? Everyone likes that elephant. I don't have kids. I'm in Australia. I'm a huge 45-year-old in need. What are you in need of? Mental health? Of course, I'm not monetized yet. You guys don't watch my content. That's okay. That's okay. Putting in like 4,000 hours is a lot, okay? Right now I'm in US. Where is the juice? I'll crack a joke with my son now. Michael Lagari. Yes. Yeah, so I mean you can heal. Like I'm always saying, like, hey, remember, you can heal, and but it's not going to be what other, for me, I think what made me not heal as quickly, I think I was always well adjusted on my own in my healing journey, but I think is when you start listening to all these gurus right here on the internet, they can actually make you feel like your life is not going on well, and that can bring anxiety when your life is going on well, but they are trying to make you feel like somehow like you missed the bus of success or whatever. I think that's probably the worst thing that stalls people from their mental health, and that's why I say be careful of these online gurus, okay? They're telling you, okay, you're not grateful enough. You are grateful. Your life can be, it can be that you had a very difficult life to begin with. Some of them, right? Some of them, they had both parents. Some of them are in families where they're being supported by their uncles, their aunties, their whole families, right? And they come here and they try to make you feel like, oh, your life is not as good because you're not grateful, or you're not cultivating gratitude, or you're not doing all this, all that. They don't understand, like, they are starting from maybe 30. 30 for them is not 50, right? But they're probably starting from 30, 40, 45. You're starting from -0, okay? You're starting from -0, and then they are here, and then they're saying, oh, I had a very difficult life, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I'm talking about I didn't have parents and I didn't have a support structure. You're talking here that you had parents and you are poor. Like, I know it's not here that you are born in by Madonna, but it's still like, dude, right? That's why, like, I'm saying, like, it's not good to compare yourself with yeah, they make you feel like you're nothing, like like whatever that their starting point. Everybody has a starting point, right? Some people are starting at 70, right? Some people are starting at 50, some people are starting at 20, some people are starting at 0, and 0 is pretty good if compared to somebody who is starting at -30, -40, -50. Like, how you gonna tell somebody who lost their, like, for me, I did lose my parents when I was 6 years old, right? My baby brother lost his parents when he was 1 year old, right? I'm starting at -3, right? He's starting at minus like 100, right? Because he lost his parent his mom when he was 1 year old, right? So now you can imagine, like, I can't even compare the way I think with the way he thinks, because I had more nurturing than he'll ever get, right? Than anything in the world, right? So obviously I can't compare my trauma and his trauma, even if we are in the same family, right? um and I have noticed my older siblings, because the trauma affected them when they were much older, they are doing way better than my younger siblings, who the trauma affected them when they were young. Some of these gurus, right? Maybe they come from a middle class income family, and they're comparing themselves with other billionaires and celebrities that make a lot more money. And these people they were going on vacation, traveling around the world, doing stuff, and they're comparing, and you get to compare yourself with them. It's not fair. Like, it's not fair. They start making you feel like, oh, you're not making enough progress because you're somehow lazy. They gaslight you, okay? They gaslight you that you're lazy, you're not, like, they're not taking it into account all these other factors in mental health that could derail you, that could stall you, that could take your time. Like, you got all these things to learn about nutrition because you didn't grow up with a family that they cooked a meal every day for you, or they cared whether you had good nutrition or not. Like, then you have to learn these things. You have to, like, all these things, they're not taking account to it. That's why I say, don't listen to the noise. Some of that is negativity, but because they're calling themselves a guru, a spiritual, or whatever, yeah, they might lead you astray. I always think to myself, it's never necessary to aim to be a billionaire, just happy. Isn't that like enlightenment? If you want to think about enlightenment, that is it right there, right? Like, you can be happy with your own life, right? Your own life, without comparing it to the super rich, right? And that's what they don't want us to do, though. They want us, that's why they advertise and advertise and advertise, so that we feel bad about ourselves, that we are not out there taking alcohol, because they want to sell things to us, right? They have to make you feel bad when they're advertising something to you, to make you feel like, you're not on that yacht getting some sun, you know like for you to be walking and getting some sun on a normal day. Like, you're not on a vacation in Hawaii, like, they gotta make you feel like somehow your life is not like that, right? Like, hey, like, my life is okay. I don't need to be on a yacht drinking and partying. I don't need to. I am thankful. I had a nice meal. Like, I'm happy with that. I have some food on my table. You don't know where I come from. You don't know. It probably was very hard for me to have like nice nutritious food. I ate food that kept me in survival mode, right? Now, for me, having that nutritious food, nutritious meal, like, for me, that's very good. I have achieved a lot in my life, okay? I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of myself. So, I don't need to be on a private jet, to feel like, oh, like, now my life is, for me, affording, to pay my rent, to pay my food. Like, that is a lot that I am grateful for, because you don't know how people don't know, like, where I had to start. Like, you don't know where I had to start these things, and for them to be like, oh, you're not a billionaire, or you're not a millionaire by 40, and something's wrong, messed up with you. Like, I mean, they got to do that so that they make you feel bad, and so bad that you have to buy their classes so that they can enlighten you. And I tell you, like, a lot of these people, it's a lot of BS. Like I remember when I used to be like, okay, let me go buy that Tony Robbins class, you know, and I remember like taking that class and being like, did I really learn anything about my anxiety? No. Did I really learn anything about how to make money? No. They just want me to sign up on their platform so that I can get a subscription and pay them like 40 bucks a month. um like at the end of the day I was like, and I still didn't feel like I learned a lot. Caleb, hello, how are you? I'm doing good, my love. Today we've been doing live. We've got 91 likes. Everybody has been active. Akila Ditya, hello, my love. Nice to see you. Shout out to Caleb Monday. Yeah. So all you have to do is learn the nervous system. If you want to learn mental health, understand the nervous system. Like, I think that's the life made easier. The nervous system only works in two ways. It behaves very differently in two ways. When you can't sleep well, you're in survival mode. When you cannot digest your food very well, you're in survival mode. You have high blood pressure, you're in survival mode. Um, you're adding too much weight, survival mode. Like you can tell your nervous system if it's relaxed and if it's anxious, right? It only acts in two ways. It's relaxed, either relaxed and well, or it's in survival mode. But if you're not careful, it can lock you into survival mode for the rest of your life. If your nervous system feels that you're not safe, obviously, all the time, you're not sure about life all the time, it's going to lock you in survival mode. But what you want to do is to unlock survival mode and tap into homeostasis. When you're in homeostasis, you sleep well, you digest your food very well, you're relaxed, you laugh, you have sunlight, you feel good about waking up with the day. Like you feel like life is going on pretty much well, right? How do you unlock your survival mode? Make sure you're not starved. If your cells are starved, they will put you in survival mode. A lot of people, they are just eating, but they still their cells are very starved because they're not getting the proper nutrition. So if you're not eating this fatty saturated diet and you're going to McDonald's, you're eating the burger, you're eating the hot dog, you're eating whatever, pizza, the Coke, all these diets, right? Your cells are going to be starving, and when the cells are starving, they don't have enough nutrients. Being full is nothing. Like feeling like you have a full stomach does not mean that you're not starving. A lot of people, they see, like I living in America, I see a lot of stereotypes, right? I see a lot of Americans, they talk about Africa like being like a land of hungry people, like malnutrition and starvation. And I look at Americans and I see the exact same thing, right? Malnutrition and starvation can look at two different things. It can be that person who is big like this because they are only feeding from McDonald's and these fast foods. These people are very undernourished, and they are eating, but they are in survival mode, right? They're eating, right? But you're eating the bad shit all the time. So they're in survival mode. So that somebody who is eating this and somebody who is not eating, they're in the same boat, right? Same boat. You can starve because you're not eating nutritious food. And whenever you're not eating nutritious food, you tell your body that you're starving, you're in starvation, you're in they call it like a famine, right? And it puts you in survival mode. So the first thing you do, you have to put in good nutrition, like quality food, for your body to say, okay, you're not just trying to survive, you're good. It switches it switches from survival mode to homeostasis. Remember, good health starts with feeling calm. And if you find all the gurus in the world, they're doing what? They're meditating, because they know that the nervous system needs to be calm to feel safe, right? And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to switch to make that switch from survival to calm. But without food, I don't see your cells at a cellular level will not switch you to homeostasis, because they are starving. It's just like common sense, right? They are starving. That's one thing, right? um, if you're eating the wrong food, you're also spiking your sugar. Sugar is related to cortisol. Cortisol is related to stress. Stress is the essence of survival mode, right? And then it's also related with insulin. Insulin is related to failure of different types of organs and cancer. Like, so you gotta start making a pattern of like these things are making sense. It's not just what those gurus are telling you. Like, it's a lot has to do with your nervous system and your mood, right? Then we talk about your environment. If you're in an environment where people are constantly criticizing you, giving you all this negative energy, what are they doing? They're stressing you. And what do you tend to do when you get stressed? You tend to eat sugar. So creating a good environment where you feel nurtured and loved and cared for is something you should never compromise. Your environment determines how emotionally resilient you're going to be. And if you're not in a loving, caring environment, you're not going to be in a very resilient place. When you're coming from a childhood trauma, all you know is a chaotic environment. People criticizing you, you're not familiar with people loving you. I didn't grow up with anybody telling me, "Oh, Monica, I love you. Oh, Monica, you're beautiful." Like, I really had to start telling myself those things and affirming myself in this way. Yeah, you create a new mind. You create a new mind, a new environment, a peaceful environment. You believe in neuroplasticity so much that you start using it and it starts changing your brain, right? So even if I didn't grow up with people telling me I'm beautiful, I believe I'm beautiful. I believe 100%. Like, you cannot convince me otherwise. I love myself. I tell myself, Monica, I love you so much. You're beautiful. Like, I tell myself those things. I affirm myself. I didn't grow up with a mind that thought of myself as loving and beautiful and all that. I created that mind because our brain is plastic. It can change. We can change your mind. You can change your mind. Um, and that is the power of neuroplasticity, our ability. Our brain can change itself, right? Because I'm using my brain to communicate, I'm using my brain to understand, and I'm using my brain to change myself, right? It means my brain is changing itself eventually. That's the power of neuroplasticity. And you can change your mind at any age. If you're any race, any gender, it doesn't matter what weight you are, how old you are. Like, everybody has an ability to change their mind. You gotta believe in neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to change itself, right? Your brain is like Play-Doh. You can mold it at any age. And you gotta believe in this science, right? You gotta believe in it. And even if I don't know you, I love you with the love of Christ. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Not by chance, right? I'm God sent. Amen to that. Now, I believe God put me through whatever I had to go through so that, and He gave me opportunities to learn, to understand mental health so that I can share it. I 100% believe, like, God had a story for me all along, right? to do it, to change. And I'll share with you why sometimes it's not good to feel other people's anxiety. It can actually end up ruining your life. And my family, we are so into helping other people, but it comes from, when you're dealt with such a hard, difficult card in life, you can feel other people's anxieties and their pain, and you can be empathetic and go into those states of helping other people, but you also have to know your limits. You have to know your limits. Like, so my younger brother, he got into drinking, and I know it's trying to cope, trying to have friends, his friends who are drinking, so he started drinking. But my brother didn't know that he can easily get into alcoholism. Like, alcoholism is a problem for him. And I remember when I went to Kenya and he was shaking. He couldn't take like 1 hour without a drink, without shaking. And I put him in a rehab, very expensive, thousands and thousands of dollars. Stayed there for 3 months. He came out, he was doing well. But slowly he went back to the old ways, right? Now, I don't have thousands and thousands of dollars to keep helping him when he's in the rehab and like when he goes back to the old habits, right? Because at some point there has to be a willingness within you to choose you, right? And I feel bad because when people have crossed that threshold where they don't find self-love, where there's no, sometimes it's nice to aspire for the mundane things if they are going to keep you healthy. Like, let's say you're hoping to be a billionaire in your own like mind, right? You will try to live long enough to accomplish that big giant dream of yours. So you're gonna eat healthy, you're gonna run, you aim for the sun. You, if you hit the moon, that's fine. But sometimes you gotta know your limits. You can't help everybody. You can't drain your own resources helping other people. You gotta put on your own mask first, even if the airplane is going down, right? You put in your own air mask, and then you look for your child, you put the child again, and then you help other people, right? Always remember. Richard Smith sending warm sunshine and love from Northeast Ohio. Ooh, how's the weather? It's warm now and sunny in Ohio. Ooh, you've escaped the winter, right? Jelly bean Easter fingers look amazing. Oh, you're in Easter mode. I love that. Christ is risen. Today you are the most beautiful, elegant, attractive, my dear. Thank you, Lily. You're so beautiful. Thank you. Right? So, hey, life is like that. Life be lifing. Okay, life can be lifing, but for me, the fact that I believe in human potential and I believe in neuroplasticity, I can tell you that's the reason why I was able to heal my anxiety. Because I believe that there is hope, and I believe that the brain can change itself. And I saw it clearly from other books that I have read. People have done amazing things. And I was like, if somebody can be paralyzed and walk, if somebody can lose memory for entire like 8 years and recover their memories, what's my anxiety? My body can learn. My body can learn how to be calm. My body can learn the science of the chemistry of calm, and I started learning about the chemistry of calm. I started learning about magnesium. Actually, I need to go buy magnesium for sleep. Yeah, because I think I've been taking magnesium oxide, and magnesium oxide is good for digestion, but it's not good for sleep. So let me see the other magnesium that's good for sleep. For those of us, magnesium glycinate, magnesium glycinate and sleep. often used to improve quality of sleep by calming the nervous system, relaxing muscles, and regulating melatonin. So if you're having difficulty sleeping, a lot of times when we have anxiety, we're not able to sleep. So take magnesium glycinate as a supplement every night before you sleep. You can also take omega-3, those fish tablets that people take. Omega-3 is going to make you feel eventually very calm. Why do you say you've been suffering this whole time for nothing? Right? Yeah, when people, I always remember, when people are left to their own devices, most of the time, they're also going to help themselves. Like one of my clients I had, and she was doing everything. I mean, she didn't, her father left them, and her mom was not always the best mom. She was shouting. Obviously, she had her own anxieties, I bet. But her brothers didn't, they were homeschooled, but they did not know anything about how to cope with life. So she always tended to help them out a lot, right? Eventually she left home and she started doing well for herself, but she would always be helping her younger brother and everything. And I told her, like if they're doing like looking for passports and things like that, she would have to help the younger brother with all the passports, all the application, everything. And I told her, right now he's almost 20, whatever, 21. If you let him do his own paperwork, he's going to learn how to do his paperwork. You can't always be helping him because he was homeschooled and some things are difficult for him. He needs to make the calls to the appropriate people. He has the numbers there. He can call, and when you leave them, they'll figure it out, right? And when she understood that and she stepped aside, and her brother was able to start taking more responsibilities over his life, right? And he was able to start managing his life. So she gave him the freedom to grow by stepping aside. And so sometimes when we are taking about other people, we are taking care of them too much. We're not giving them the room to breathe and grow, and they will resent us eventually for doing that. So when you have anxiety and you are also very empathetic, because you obviously have a sensitive nervous system that feels what other people are feeling, you gotta protect yourself, okay, from exploitation and from all these other things. It's part of learning to cut codependency. Sometimes, because we are also vulnerable, because we didn't come from a loving family and we want other people to like us, and we can tell how they are feeling and we want them to like us, so we overextend ourselves and we drain our resources. And you gotta know not to do that. Okay. You gotta know not to do that. Some of it is self-serving because you want other people to like you, you want other people to love you, because of your love to be loved. But don't let that be your weak spot where you're so vulnerable and open to exploitation. Hi, Carlos Otieno, nice to see you. Hi, Ismail Asalan, I love you too, my love. Zito Lopez in the house, nice to see you. Love to see you guys. Yeah, so today we are still talking about mental health, and I'm always saying, like, it's the same thing that we are talking about. It's the same thing that we are talking about. It begins with your nervous system. If anybody doesn't tell you mental health begins with your nervous system, they're not going to give you the right advice. And take from me, I've studied mental health for over 10 years. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Luckily for me, I did not believe there was some chemical imbalance in my brain. So I did not go on to take all these like antidepressant, like medication, because I knew I knew deeply, like there was nothing wrong with my body. I had anxiety, but it really came from not knowing what to do in the next step of my life, not having enough guidance in my life. And that is different, right? A lot of people who have no childhood, like proper childhood, you know, obviously they'll have a problem getting a career, you going to school, like getting their life together, because there's no guidance whatsoever. A lot of people get their career choices from their parents. Like if you're if you're if your dad is an engineer, he'll probably take you to the labs when you're young, and then you learn all these chemistry things. Even before other people understand what a lab is, you know, they are going to be exposing you to all these chemistry things. So it'll grow, you know, no wonder you become an engineer, because you're easily exposed to all this information other people don't are not privy to. And if you compare yourself with somebody like that in school, you're like, how come this person is able to get all this so quickly and I'm not able to? You don't know their childhood. You don't know how their parents exposed them to different things in their life. And so now it's so easy for them to just grab math, to understand chemistry. And, you know, this person has probably been going to the lab for the last 10 years, and you're seeing the lab for the first time. They are 10 years ahead of you of the game. If they outdo you, they're just ahead in the game. It's not because you're dumb. You know, you don't know what you don't know at the end of the day, right? So for me, like when I was in high school and I was like, I'm doing my best, but I'm still like kind of like getting B's, and other kids are getting like A's. And when I came to understand like how those kids were being raised, like they used to do math when they were young. Their parents used to give them extra tutoring. Their parents used to show them like go to the lab. They show them how, you know, they were curious. They would explain concepts to them. I mean, we go to the same high school, good, but these guys are way ahead of the game. And I was like, how they're so smart. They've been exposed to things that I was never exposed to. Of course, they're doing better in school, better, way better than I'm doing. But comparing themselves to those people will only make me more miserable, because, first of all, you don't know what makes them smart. Is because that they had all these other experience that you didn't have in your life, right? And you're comparing yourself with them, and you're thinking, oh, I'm not that smart enough. No, they are an outlier. Like they have a whole different, they've been educated very differently from when they were young, their most formative years, and no wonder they're doing well, you know. Everybody likes to know, yes, I'm single, right? That's why when you're dealing from, when you're coming from trauma, you never compare yourself with anybody. You never compare your life with anybody, because people who are coming from traumatic childhood, we are starting from a very different starting point from other people. Okay, we are starting, I know all these people say blah 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 blah, we are very starting from a very very different place. Comparing yourself with these other people will only make you miserable. But they had an advantage, they had an unfair, okay, I'm not gonna say it's an unfair advantage, because it's an advantage, but compared to you it almost feels and seems unfair. But because your starting point is so down, right, your starting point can be so low that it almost feels like it's an unfair advantage. But it's not an unfair advantage. um they had better opportunities, let's say, right? They were not in survival, and you are in survival. You're competing with somebody here who is not in survival, and you're in survival. Is going to be very very different, right? The fact that you're even in the game the fact that you're even in the game, you should be proud of yourself. Uni Montoya. Uni Montoya, love you, love you. Linda Crown, nice to see you. Diana Kawera. Oh my goodness, I have a Kenyan in the house. Love, 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 love. Kawera in the house. Make sure you're liking and subscribing. We are talking about overcoming trauma. We have Dr. Hopman. I have nice teeth. Yes. Thanks to my doctor here called Dr. Rob. Very good doctor. Worked on my teeth. Always my he always told me to do like these braces, and I never wanted to do braces, but eventually I relented. I don't have a boyfriend. I know some of you may be thinking what you're thinking. I know, does it surprise you guys that I don't have a boyfriend? Because for me, it doesn't surprise me that I don't. And a lot of people always asking, I'm not like, I'm not in a relationship, okay? I don't have a boyfriend. I don't think it's anything personal. Sometimes you don't meet the right people. We live in a very weird world right now. Yeah, I don't. I guess I don't want to be intimate with anybody when I'm not in a relationship. Like I'm not in a relationship that's going to be anywhere like in the long term, right? And a lot of men don't want that. So for me, I'm okay being single, right? Because I don't want to be with somebody who's gonna waste my life or my time, or like I don't wanna be used for a good time. You know what I mean? Like I don't want that shit. So for me, I prefer being single. And that way, I am very well regulated emotionally. My nervous system is stable. I don't have to be in these unstable relationships or short-term relationship. I'm okay being in a long-term relationship by myself. And a lot of people don't understand how stabilizing mentally that is. Like I feel like a lot of men they dangle long-term relationships like a carrot to women. Okay, let's talk about this. Yeah, I think when it comes to long-term relationship, a lot of men think they can dangle long-term relationship like a carrot. Let's see where things will find out. Like, I don't know, I'm not going to sit here and figure out whether you're going to figure out whether you want to be in a long-term relationship. Like, if you haven't figured that one before you meet me, I'm not going to sit here with you so that we can figure this one out together, because I'm not gonna figure that one out together. If you're of a certain maturity, you know your type, you know the kind of woman you're looking for. When you find her, you're going to her, and you both will like each other, and you will live a long-term relationship. For me, what I have observed about these long-term relationships, people don't even stay 3 months before they understand that they like each other, they're meant for one another, and that they're going to help to take care of one another, right? They don't even waste 3 months of finding out that. Um, so for me, I don't like, you wouldn't dangle a relationship like something. For me, I already love myself, okay? And I'm okay. Honestly, I'm okay being by myself because it's very stabilizing. Like I know what I'll do tomorrow when I wake up. I'll know, like I already know what I'm going. I like to do my health. I like eating well. I like working out. I like talking about mental health on social media. I already know my life and I like it, right? And I don't need temporary relationship and temporary friendships. Like, you know, go figure out the person, because we all know, right? Go figure out your person. But for me, I don't do those. Like, I don't do those. That's where like majority of people are, like here in the US. That's how I find it, right? Here in the US, that's how. So for me, I choose my life by myself. Relation Yeah. So no, you haven't found me. You're not thinking about long-term relationship with me. So no, no, no. So yeah, Nana, I'm always advocating. I'm always advocating for relationships, good, healthy relationships. Okay, I'm always going to advocate for good, healthy relationships because as a mental health coach, I understand relationships that are healthy are actually very supportive to your nervous system, right? If you're like Zendaya and Tom Holland, your relationship looks pretty good, from people outside looking in, because you hug each other, you make each other laugh, you know, you're protecting each other, you're giving each other time and all that. Those those things are good. That's why being in love feels good, right? Being around somebody that loves you and you love them, it really feels enriching. And I wish you all that, right? But don't be in a relationship where somebody is using you. It's kind of like a relationship should be something that somebody is trying to dangle a carrot on you, like stuff like that, right? Don't be with people like that. Tell them to go fuck themselves, right? Like, I'm always advocating for good relationships, healthy, nice, long-term relationships. I would say don't be interested. It's not worth your time. Don't be interested. It's going to save you anxiety, right? I'm your mental health coach, right? Don't do those. Don't do those. I'm from Kenya. Ilidalian likes women who are strong, women who know what they want. Yeah. And then there's that other thing, right? A lot of men can be intimidated by strong women. Like at this time, I would choose my strength over a man, okay? Okay? I'm not going to dim my light for a man or anybody, a man, a woman, anybody, a boss, anybody. I'm not going to do that. It's my life. I'm going to shine and I'm going to be as bright as the sun, right? In my life. So if you're intimidated by that, if you cannot handle it, I cannot handle you, and we are not meant to be together, and we will not be together. Um, yeah. Nico Lastrod, hello. Tim says, wish to meet you. The next life, right? I'm as bright as the star. I'm made of stardust. I'm a star. Elaine, how do you say your name? Ellie Darlien. Well, I hope you enjoy Kenya when you get there. No, I'm not a guide. I don't guide people. If you go to Kenya, I don't live in Kenya, so I don't know. I don't guide people. I'm a coach, only a mental health coach. I don't guide people. I don't, you go to Kenya, you find yourself a guide. Right? You mind your business. You decide to travel, travel safe. No, I'm not, Lizzie, I'm not desperate for a relationship. I said I don't want a relationship, okay? I don't want a relationship, right? Personally, right? Um, like I don't know how to explain to you. Um, like I'm choosing, I have a plan, right? I'm the one, I'm choosing who I would want to be in a relationship with, right? And if I don't find that, then I don't find that. I'm not going to force myself to be with somebody because for the sake of just being in a relationship, right? They may want to be in a relationship with me, but I may not want to be in a relationship with them um, for whatever reason, right? um, yeah, I'm not gonna force myself. uh, I don't think I need more explanation other than that. I guess it's complicated. Everybody is different, and everybody is looking for a partner who can complement them in some sort of way. um, and that's very, very unique to them. I guess, yeah. So what am I saying? Essentially, what are we saying here? I guess the best thing you can do, first love yourself and be happy with your life. Okay, whether somebody comes in your life or whether somebody doesn't come in your life, be happy with your life. It starts there. Like you're not self-improving for other people, you're improving maybe to help your anxiety or help your depression. Like you're doing it with your own goals of mental health in mind, right? And when you feel like you're in a good place, maybe love will come and find you. Maybe it will not, but you will still be in a good place. Where people found you, it was a good place to begin with. It wasn't a place where you needed somebody to rescue you from, loneliness or anxiety or depression. Like you already did the rescuing yourself. You changed your brain, you ate healthy, you found good friendships, right? um Eventually, you become this happy, joyful person, calm energy, all that, that people naturally want to be around with, and people who don't mind marrying you or being around you. But um like for me, I'm very protective of my energy. So for me, half of the time is I'm very protective. Like I don't want to be around people. Okay. like So it's first of all very, very difficult, right? Like half of the time, I'm trying to avoid being in contact with people because I like my energy. I like when I'm by myself. I like when it's quiet. You know, I don't like, you know, like right now I have clothes on my couch, right? It's not inconveniencing anybody. I'll put them back, right? If I was living with somebody, then it's all this anxiety. Oh, you can't have that, which for me, I don't like to live like that. Okay, I like to relax by myself. Like I'm gonna do my work. Like I cooked, I ate, I still have dishes to wash, and I'll do them, right? But I am not pressed of time to do it. I'd rather be here on doing my life than do that. Like so you get like I like that freedom. I like that peace and serenity. Uh, that I just enjoy that peace and quiet. So I am not looking forward for an interruption. That's why I think mostly I am single because I am very well regulated by myself. Like I feel like a partner would come to dysregulate me out of my comfort zone. Okay? That is that is why I think I'm hugely single because I'm not really putting myself out there. Uh, Are you saying love yourself, either anyone coming in your life or not? But what about body requirements? What are you talking about? Love yourself. Love, and I guess maybe yeah, maybe men have a more weird like issue, like they have to have like in a relationship. Women, we don't function the same way, you know. Men die before women and we still continue on with life, you know. So I mean, um it's very different, you know, when you're a man and when you're a woman, right? That's why I feel like men who don't want to value long-term relationships, they're in a bad place because most women are getting tired of like most women get tired of short-term relationship because women naturally like to build long-term friendships, long-term relationships. That's what women do with their girlfriends, with family members, with community members. Like we like building long-term relationships. So for men who like short-term relationships, for me, I just personally, right? I mean, there are girls out there who work as sex workers who are okay with no relationship but just physical, right? But if you don't want a relationship, then you're going to go after girls that like that, right? um but if you want a long-term relationship, then you're going to seek girls who like long-term relationship. Chat room goon. You're saying, and then they realize that everyone is out for self, right? Yeah, yeah. Like if you don't want us, like a lot of men are being, this red pill content is telling men go out there and fuck as many women as you can. That's pretty much what they're telling you. I tell you from a mental health perspective, if you want good mental health as a man, prioritize long-term relationship. But hey, you're going to listen to all those red pill content gurus on the internet who don't know anything about fucking mental health, right? Prioritizing mental health is better for you in the long run. Prioritizing long-term relationship is better for you mental health wise. um but hey, if you want to be a lone wolf out there and go into the streets, you might catch something, right? And I honestly say, if that's what you want, don't get into a long-term relationship with somebody who wants a long-term relationship, because you might bring them diseases and bring them trauma and bring them anxiety, depression, and heartbreak, right? Something that we don't want to happen to other people. So yeah, if you don't like eating good healthy relationships and you'd rather eat rotten food, you know, rotten relationships, then, kudos to you. Go listen to all those red pill content men that teach you how to hate women and not prioritize long-term relationship, and see how good it's going to do for you. It's going to ruin you, but good luck with it, you know. Because some of you, when you hear people say commitment, you think it's boring, you think it's something bad. It's actually meant to protect you, but and it helps you to align your priorities. But if you didn't grow up in a mentally health environment, you really don't see the benefit of long-term relationships, right? But look at men like Denzel Washington. They prioritize long-term relationships. They're doing well. Mm-hmm. Radianis, nice to see you. Shout out to Radianis, nice to see you. Vinicius Longboard, nice to see you again. Cornell Robertson in the house. Shout out to Trent Smith. Nice to see you guys. Awesome. Thanks for subscribing to Post Traumatic Bliss. We always talk about mental health here, mental well-being. Well, you gotta pick a good example. He comes pretty close. Bye, my love. Bye, not by chance. May you be happy and live with a joyful heart. May you be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may you live with a strong, healthy body that gives you energy. Remember, you are one of a kind, right? Nobody will ever be like you in this entire universe. Since time begins till the end of time, we are so lucky you're here. We are so lucky you're here, right? We cannot be a whole universe without you here in our lives, in our midst. And that's why you're that special, right? God wanted you here. The universe wanted you here. You're one of a kind. There'll never be anybody like you in this gifted time and space that you happen to be here. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. Pure joyfulness to have you here in this planet. When you go about your day, remember that since time began, since the end of time, in the whole entire universe, the planets, places we've never been, places we don't even know about, places we can't even fathom, there'll never be somebody like you. Ever, right? Ever. Your time here is so beautiful. There will never be anybody like you in the entire universe. And you gotta really understand that and be shocked and allow that to sink in, right? You gotta be able to get shocked and allow that to sink in. Like nobody with your DNA will ever be on this entire universe. Even if we have like a universe inside of a universe and another universe inside of another one and another one, I don't know, we probably are in a black hole. There will never be. Your DNA make up everything about you so unique. There'll never be anybody like you. Since time began, since time never began, whatever, it will never happen, ever, right? I'm not an engineer. Only thing I can tell you, I have friends who are engineers. They're the ones who deal with engineering stuff for me. I outsource that brain. I'm not coming to Italy. Like, I guess I am where I am at this time in life. you know? you know how it's like. Well, my darlings, so beautiful to see you, um, to see you all. Um, lovely to see you. Thanks for the loves, all the cute little hearts, loving to see you. I'm going to end this live session. We've done a good job. We've been here for more than 2 hours. We've talked about mental health. We've talked about anxiety. We talked about food. We talked about so many things. Um, Tim says you never married or had children. Next life you'd have. Like, but are you enjoying your life? That's the big thing. Are you enjoying the life that you have right now? Are you happy? Right? It starts with, like being grateful and happy. Because let me tell you, sometimes you go on TikTok, right? And you hear people say they hate their children, they hate being mothers. Like, especially I've heard so many mothers say, like, don't have children. I hate being a mother. I love my children. I'd do anything for them, but I hate being a mother. I hate, like, I've heard people say those things. And honestly, I'm like, I'd probably hate being a mother. Like, I just like being able to come home and sleep and read a book without anybody bugging me, without somebody screaming in my ear, without somebody needing, kind of like, I don't, like, I'm happy. That's why sometimes I say, like, hey, I am happy that I am grateful and I am happy about my single life, that I am not trying to mess it up. Okay? I'm not trying to make it complicated. I'm enjoying my life. Okay? And I know sometimes people will be like, hey, how can you say those things? I am happy enjoying my life being single, not having complicated relationships, okay? I am grateful for that life experience. There are people who don't have 2 seconds to themselves. That would drive me nuts. That would drive me nuts. Okay? Having children, like, I have dealt with anxiety. Like, for a good part of my life, having kids gives you more anxiety because you're worried about if they're in school, if they are well, if they will be a mass shooter, if they are out there in the field, they're playing, they might fall. Like that would give me massive amounts of anxiety. And I think the fact that, like, probably, maybe even being pregnant and having that anxiety might even mess up the baby. And then they have more anxiety. So the way I see these things, I see them as a blessing. Personally, I see them as a blessing, right? Yeah, Justin Michael says, I'm 30 without kids and I'm happy. Me too. I'm happy without kids. I have time to myself. I can sleep, I can eat, I can go for a walk. Like, I can, I don't wake up any day worrying about anybody. Like, I don't have that anxiety. I mean, I can worry about myself, that's about it. Right? I'm enjoying my life. I'm grateful for my life. Like, you can't tell me you miss out massively not having children. Not in my view. I have heard so many people who say they hate having kids. Like, they hate having children. I am missing out on that too. Right? I am missing out on that too. Having to wake up every day and crying that I hate my children. And no offense, but the truth is, you're not guaranteed that your kids will turn out healthy and even well. Especially like kids these days, like there's a 20% chance your kid is going to be autistic, and they're very challenging to take care of. I mean, you will love your child, but trust me, it's not going to be easy at all. And I'm telling you, I was a behavior technician, like, so I had taken care of autistic kids. It's a very difficult experience to raise an autistic kid or a neurodivergent kid with ADHD. They're everywhere. You clean, they mess it up. You do this, they're out, they undo it. Like, right? I don't know how mothers don't shoot themselves more often, right? But a lot of mothers are still like on anxiety medication, depression medication. Like, that's something I don't have to do. I don't have to take any antidepressant medication because I'm having to deal with kids. I can't understand that people and friends I know all adore their children and would not have life any other way. I don't, you know, yeah, on social media, when they're having a vacation, like, you will see people having all these curated images of having kids and how good it is. Obviously, when the kids are, when they had a bath that day and you're going to a friend's house, it seems all lovely and nice. Okay, but and that's the bait that they used to show you. Like, they have to advertise this kind of life somehow. And I'm not saying it has its own good things and it has its own bad things, but I'm not going to pretend like anybody telling you, oh, being a mother is easy, being a dad is easy. It's not. It's not. It takes away your freedom unless you hate freedom. Okay, if you hate freedom, become a parent. But if you love freedom, don't. Like, there is sacrifices that people make. What do you mean? Huh? That's your problem, that anybody wants kid. Not right now, at least. I don't know what you don't understand about that. Yeah, yeah, if you feel bad not having kids, that's your problem. Like, for me, I don't feel bad not having kids. I mean, they are not there. Like, they are a non-issue for my life. I wake up, it's not like I had kids and then they died. Okay. It's like, I've never had kids. That's what I know. Like, I know about not having kids. And it's amazing. Okay. It's good. I do understand not everyone's kid. I'm giving my view. That's okay with you. That's okay. Give your, yeah, but like, I wake up, I don't have kids, and my life goes on. Like, I don't have anybody to feed, to wash, to clean after, to back orders at. Like, because that's what you do. Like, you're telling people, do this, eat this, don't do this, don't. I don't have that, like, in my day. Okay, I don't got none of that. Or do your homework, or I gotta know about, I don't know what they do anymore, but I guess you have to feed them and clean them. Justin is like, who are you to judge somebody for not wanting kids? That's very ignorant. Like, you can't judge me for not wanting to eat bread, to have kids. You can't judge me for not wanting to watch Netflix, or, like, I know, yeah. I like that peaceful life. There is nothing wrong with that, right? If I had money, I'd use it to travel, to have great experiences, go all over the world, yeah, without having to worry about kids, you know, like, like, you know. And I personally would want to be in a long-term relationship without kids, like without any kids, right? um yeah, but I guess there are women who also like to have like no kids but have multiple lovers throughout their life, and they die and they say, well, I enjoyed my life, I had lovers, I traveled, I ate good food, I had friends, my life was beautiful, and they liked it, right? For me, I don't want to have multiple lovers, but I'd have like an if I could have a stable long-term relationship, which I don't think is possible right now, because you know, guys, I'm happy having like unfolded clothes on my couch. Like nobody's going to shout and tell me like, oh, your socks are on the couch. Like I don't have to deal with that drama. I'll clean my dishes when I clean my dishes. Don't have to deal with that drama. You know, like I like being single. like, like if I decide to start reading my book right now, I'll read my book, then I'll go for a walk, then I'll go for yoga. Like I don't have to deal with somebody else's moods, um, their mood swings, like stuff like that. Like, and I don't want to. My Instagram is post-traumatic bliss, just like this channel. Honestly, I don't think before I had my child. I didn't think before I had my child. The world is a very dangerous place. Had I known then what I know, I would have no kid. Like for me, what made me not have kids is when I understood the importance of like kids having a parent or somebody at home all the time, you know, so that you know when they come from home they have somebody there to protect them, to show them direction, to like, you gotta be having time to be there for your kids when they leave school, when they need to get prepared, because you want to give them that stability of their life. Like you want to give them that stability of their childhood, and raise them to be more confident and have more stable relationship. For you to do that, first you have to be able to be a person who can be in a long-term relationship with somebody else, you know, somebody who, like, somebody else wants to be around, and also somebody who can tolerate other people around, like 24/7, like all the time. Okay, I may not have that, like, I may not have that, like, dialed in. And I attribute that to, like, not growing up in a family life. So I didn't have very good role models. So, and then, like, I gotta go make money, and I don't have time, the luxury to stay home and take care of my kids the way that I believe should be the best way to take care of them. So I'm out, and I love my time, and I love my peace of mind. And you know, you really don't know whether you're going to have a kid that has special needs, that is ADHD, autistic. Like, you never know. You never know about neurodiversity and how it's gonna hit your kid. And you don't know if you have even the training to deal with it. Like, there are lots of parents that are miserable being parents. Let's be honest about it. And I have no guarantee that that will not be me. And I already had a childhood that was traumatizing. I'm not about to have an adulthood that's super challenging. I'm not gonna stand for that. Okay. You gotta have somebody compatible. Kids are a huge responsibility. Not everybody wants. Nothing wrong with that. It's my life, right? Exactly. It's my life. And I'm being honest with my life and looking at it And I'm like, yeah, no, not me. I have friends, I have I have parents, friends who are parents, right? And they love their kids and they do everything for their kids. But whenever they have like 2 hours or 3 hours to themselves, they think they in a vacation. They think they're on a holiday. Like my life to them would be like a gift because they never have to, they don't have like time for themselves. Like every time they're thinking about the kids, even when they're not there. Like I don't do that. Like I have a mental break just by not having kids. Some people just can't handle responsibility. I know, right? And for me, I don't have grandparents. If I had kids and they were overwhelming, and some people do take them to their grandparents so that they can like breathe, right? My kids would not have grandparents, at least not from my side. I really have to be in sync with their father's side parents so that they can relieve me that. Like sometimes you just gotta look at your life and you're like, hey, this is not life for me. When you have children, you have to sacrifice your life because it's all about them now. If you can't dedicate yourself to them 100%, then don't have kids. I'm from Kenya. There's a whole lot of people who have kids and don't take good care of them. I rather people not have kids. Right? I rather people not have kids too. Like I rather not have kids myself because I know I don't have the money and the time to take care of them. Um, yeah, be a yeah. I rather people not have kids and have kids and be a bad parent. That's a responsible decision, if you ask me. 100%, right? How irresponsible it is to have kids so that other people can say you're somebody's mom, right? It's a responsible decision to look at your life and be like, oh, a kid needs money, a kid needs time, a kid needs somebody to play with like all the time, a kid needs somebody to take care of their medical bills, to take care of their life, to give them ideas, and I don't have this. And I guess I'm out. That's a logical, rational decision to make. And people always treat it as if it's just doesn't require that much thought. It's either you want them or not. Like people people just like are so shallow when it comes to the thought of having kids. It's as if this is not a financial decision. This is not a decision that involves your time. This is not like an emotional decision. Like it's kind of like going to the store and buying candy. No, you're asking me as a woman to just have kids. I could die from labor. I could die from labor. I have to think, do I even have like 50 grand or 70 grand to just go through the maternity and the pregnancy and the giving birth, right? That's just about before you have the kid. Then there's all these things you got to worry about. The vaccines that they're giving kids these days, parents are saying they are causing their kids to be autistic. I mean, there are doctors who don't vaccinate their kids. Doctors who don't even use the vaccines that healthcare is churning to give their kids. Then there's all these small little decisions that you could make that could ruin your child's life entirely and their health if you give them the wrong types of vaccines. Like all this, right? There's maternal mortality among Black women because of living in a racist system. And you're just telling me to just think about whether you want kids and you don't want kids. You're being selfish not to have kids. Don't tell me what to say or do. Many people bring children into the world and give them amazing life. It pays dividends later. So much great time with a happy family. there are people who are happy in a family, right? But there are also so many people who are traumatized because of people having kids mindlessly without thinking. Like, there are people who shouldn't be having kids. You know, I believe to some point I am one of those people who shouldn't be having kids because I don't want to make the sacrifices that all those other people want to make the sacrifices to make, right? I'm not gonna go work in McDonald's so that I can feed my kids. Okay? I don't want to make that sacrifice. I'd rather not work at all, right? So, but when you have kids, you should be ready to make those sacrifices because it might get you there, right? And I don't want to have to do that. I'd rather just not. Uh, you speak well, Jay says you speak it well, and smart about a serious situation, right? Chris is mad as hell that people don't want to have kids. What a weirdo. Like, hello, beautiful Amiki Box. It's a pleasure to greet you and see you. It's been a month admiring your beautiful womanhood. Thanks, Miguel Angel C. Miguel Angel C. I've seen your name here. Shout out, shout out. Radian is in the house. Have you got a dog? I don't think so. No, I don't have a dog. I don't have a pet. See, I would like to have a dog, but also a dog is like a kid because you can't go anywhere. I'd rather have a cat because cats, you can leave them with food and go for like 2 days and tell your neighbors to come and take them. Like a dog, you can't do that. God first, always, always. Yeah, it is getting hot here. California, it's almost summer now. I mean, it's not summer. We are still in the beginning of spring. That's why I have my spring nails. We got like all these different colors, right? So to resemble spring, different flowers, different colors. Anyway, it's hot. It's getting hot. And so this place that I rent is very old building. It doesn't have good air conditioning. And the landlord is a cheap one. He doesn't want to invest in air conditioning. So it gets so hot in the summer. I can get like heat rush from the summer. I should probably move out of this place. Justin can accept that others don't have to agree with him. Obviously, such a sad little narcissistic loser in life. Shame on him. Okay, Justin and Chris, I'm not gonna read your comments anymore. You go on it here, but I'm not gonna, I tend to agree with Justin, about like, not the name calling and all that, but about like, yeah, people can choose what to have kids or not. Like, there is no golden rule that you must have children, especially that having children is an emotional decision, is a financial decision. It's also not, it takes two to tango in this kind of a decision. You have to think about the person you having kids with. Like, do you want to have kids with somebody who can't take care of them because they are neurodivergent, they're not able to take care of kids, they can't take care of themselves? It's a huge decision. And human beings should be respected for making their own decisions, to have kids, to not have kids. Like, what's the worst thing that's going to happen to this planet when I don't have kids? Nothing. Life still goes on. Other people will have kids, right? That's all. I'm just the end of my own line. That's okay. It's done. We go on. right? If you want to have kids, go on, have kids. Miguel, sports forever. You're a boss, you're a boxer, and you're a coach. I love to see coaches on this channel. Uh, I never said people have to have children. It's just that's a huge problem in literature. You cannot say that people should have like it's selfish to not have kids, right? It's not selfish, it's just self-loving to not have kids. It's just like self-understanding to not have kids. It's not something meant for everybody. There are people who do it and they regret it, and they go in their head and they're like, I wish I did not. If I could do it over again, I would not. Like, that's when you know somebody is regretting their decision, when they go like, if I could do it over again, I'd make another different decision. Because this is what people think. People think that, you know, when they have kids, that the kid will be there, nice, quiet. You wear these nice little cute clothes for them, and then they are fine, they are happy, they are smiling, they are just being lovely, they are sleeping. Kids are crying. Like, let me tell you, my nephew, there's a time my nephew cried and cried and cried for hours, hours and hours. My sister got so mad at him, she brought him to my place so that she can have a break. And he cried and cried and cried and cried. I had to call her and tell her, you know what? Come take your son, because I just don't know what to do with your son. He is crying for like 5 hours. He's not getting tired. He gets tired. He goes like, and then he starts over again. And he goes on and on and on and on and on. And I'm like, this kid, like that's just one day in your life where you're like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. You're just crying. You know, I've never felt so desperate, like just being with a kiddo that's just like in a fit. Like, that kid cried probably like 7 hours straight, like more than 7 hours. I was so distraught. I don't want kids. I'm sorry. I don't want to have to deal with that shit again. It's not selfish. The world doesn't need my DNA. The world does not need my DNA. If I die, my DNA goes into the soil, the plants eat it or whatever, it gets disturbed by the vultures and everything. Nobody needs my DNA. If I die, the world still continues. Do you know how many people died without having kids and we are still here? We don't even know about them. Okay? Life is still going on without them, okay? The world is probably a better place without their DNA. It could have been probably worse. Imagine if we didn't have Trump in the DNA pool, or Hitler in the DNA pool. We didn't need those people. Mussolini, Idi Amin, Churchill, and all the wars they created. We didn't need that DNA. It would have been better off that not existing. But hey, the world doesn't need your DNA. You're unique and all that, and beautiful and all that, and all that. But the world will continue without your DNA. That's just the fact. Right? No, I'm wearing my sports bra. I've been walking today. It's terrible. It's a terrible feeling that there is not a lot you can do about it except for comfort. even though you might not see the effect. What are you talking about? Hoopty Weeze. Nice to see you again. Jesse Jose Bermudez. Why this Briopad pop up? I was watching apes. I don't know what you're talking about. Um, let's talk about something else. I'm a boxer here in Mexico and a coach. You train in sports because you put in a lot of effort and have a lot of potential. Thanks. I'm a box. Okay. Evans Olibi, daily posts. Hey, hey, hey. Uh, um, yeah. Yeah, my name is Monica. You can call me Kanini. You can email me at monica@posttraumaticbliss.com. By the way, you have the sweetest eyes. I do. Oh, thank you. Radianis in the house. Miguel Angel C. You're a boxer in Mexico and a coach. What do you love about your job, Miguel? You seem proud of it. What do you love about it? It's nice to see somebody who loves their job. I mean, I'm sure it keeps you very fit. Laurie Turner in the house. Hoopty West in the house. That was the first thing I noticed too. Wonderful warm eyes. Thank you. Um, I'm a coach. I train about 30 people here in Mexico. I'm 33 years old and I work in a private gym. I'm actually do boxing on Sundays and it's on TV channels. Wow, let people know here if we want to watch them from the US, how we can watch you. Or if you have a channel, you can put it on the comments and we can see your channel. We can see you wrestle. Oh my God, another person here wants me to marry them. You know, I get asked a lot by people to marry them. You guys, you don't understand that single life is so happy that it's so hard to get married after you've been single for a long time. Yeah, my name is Monica. You can email me at monica@posttraumaticbliss.com if you want mental health coaching. If you're coming from trauma, I wanna show you a lot about mental health. You will need it. You will need it, and you deserve to know some of the things that you don't know. Some things you don't even know that you don't know them. Let me tell you, one of the ways when you're healing from trauma, why it's difficult, right? Is like I give you a puzzle and I tell you, fill in this puzzle, but you don't even know what pieces are missing. You don't know how to make those missing pieces, but you want to do this puzzle. That's what trauma does, right? Trauma, there are things that you don't learn. There are things that are missing in your emotional health. There are things that are missing in your personal development journey. And sometimes you don't even know that they're missing. You don't know what they're there. And those are the kind of like what gets you traumatized and stuck, because you know you're missing something, but you don't know what it is. That's the stacking, where you get stuck. And to get unstuck, you need somebody who's been through trauma and who has made progress in that journey to tell you, hey, if you want to get from here to here, do this, blah, blah, blah. This is what you're missing. This is how it works. And this is it, right? At least you get there. And then you get to another level and you start going. But being in that blank slate, it's so bad. Like, Miguel admires me. You think my language is impressive. Thank you. Nobody even understands the language trying English. At least if you're gonna scam. I'm losing you guys. I'm losing you guys. I'm losing. This thread of communication. Yeah, I think a lot of people do get traumatized by parents who get them and they're not prepared to have them, or that don't want them, then they neglect them. And I just think that for me, I make the responsible decision. Like, I'm not prepared for this, I'm not gonna do it. But I think that's taking responsibility for your life, right? It's taking responsibility for your life and realizing, hey, I'm not like everybody else. If I can afford kids, I can have kids. If I don't have the time, I can have kids. Like, that's really taking responsibility. Oopsie, don't like the guy spamming the chat. Okay. You don't know. Yeah. I wear like this because I'm working out. I am going about my day, right? Um, hey, I moved to California. I can wear whatever I want. Nobody trapped you. If you're an adult and you're having unprotected sex, that's the time you're choosing to have a baby. Okay? You can't now get somebody else pregnant and start wanting to abuse their body. Like, if they have a reverence for life and they're pro-life, you know, they're not trapping you. You trapped yourself. Take 100 responsibility for your behavior and for your actions. Right? Chatroom goon, nobody trapped you. You had unprotected sex. What did you expect that was going to happen? You just dump your sperm there. What did you expect to happen? Nobody trapped you. Nobody trapped you. You you made an irresponsible choice, and choices have consequences. And you cannot tell people now, go and now make it worse by having an abortion. That is her body. She could die having an abortion. Okay? And she probably respects life more than you do, right? So she decides, if I'm pregnant, I'm not going to ruin my reproductive organs. What if she had an abortion and she was not able to have another child? Right? These things can go very badly for women. She accepted, she made a mistake and she was going to have a baby. I think you just have to accept that you also made a mistake. And if you don't want to have a baby, go have a vasectomy. You go have a vasectomy, right? Nobody forces you. Like, having sex is not an emergency. You could have used protection. You could have had a vasectomy. Nobody trapped you. Nobody trapped you to have a baby. You made your own irresponsible decisions. Face them. Uh, Thanks, Justin. Very beautiful. A trip from Indonesia. Nice to see you. Make better decisions. Simple. Trust me, you do not want it with me. She had 3 months to decide. I never changed. I have always been me. It was a trap. I expected to take her to take the morning pill. Well, did you buy the morning pill? Did you hand it to her? Did you? No, because you expect that you have a good time and it's all a woman's responsibility and expenses. All you have to do is to have a good time, and everything else will be taken care of magically, because the world owes you nothing for your actions. The world owes you nothing for your irresponsible behavior. You go, you dump your sperm into somebody, you expect them to go to the pharmacy, they buy things. You could have thought about that. Or you had so much time to have a vasectomy. It only takes a few days to heal, and then you can go have sex with somebody and not get them pregnant, right? But, it's like taking alcohol and not expecting to get drunk. you know? Actions have consequences, and this is kind of like the dissonance. Like, as a coach, as a mental health coach, I like to teach people, like, you gotta take 100% responsibility for yourself, because if you don't take 100% responsibility for your actions, then you go about life blaming other people for things that can only be prevented by you, right? You are the one who should take 100% responsibility for your life. Once you've deposited your sperm into somebody else's body, now it's their decision to make about their life and how they feel about going that life, right? They're not trapping you. You trapped yourself, because you need to take 100% responsibility for your life. Nobody trapped you. You don't need to be mad at anybody but yourself. Those are the decisions that you make, right? The same way, like, if you decide to go to have unprotected sex with somebody and they infect you with sex with like an STD, the world will blame you. They don't care about that other person who tricked you into this relationship and all that and all that. You'll be like, okay, I'm the one who didn't ask them to take a test. I'm the one who did not, say no relationship before I get married. I'm the one who decided all this. Like, if you're married, that's something else, because they made a decision to be faithful and you're expecting them to be faithful. But, you know, but you go out there, have sex with somebody, and you're expecting them to disclose their HIV status, their STD status. They're not doing it. Those people think you're stupid for allowing them to come and dump into you, or for you to come and just have unprotected sex with them. And you're the one facing the consequences. So it doesn't really matter who's right or wrong, but the consequences are the same. They will tell you where you stand at the end of the day. Trust me, you don't. Justin, Justin is like, as an adult, nobody trapped you. You make better decisions. It's simple as that. This was over a decade ago. I only have one child. Yeah, but you are not trapped. It wasn't a trap. Nobody trapped you. Nobody trapped you, though. You made a decision, right? And actions have consequences. You cannot tell somebody, Oh, now I got you pregnant. I don't want that baby. Now have an abortion. You know? Like, are you kidding me? Like, don't walk like that. I have three beautiful blessings. You should have been ready for the results when you were engaged in the act. My friend, that's all there is to it. Be ready. Be ready. Take 100% responsibility for your life. You know, uh, a lot of men, they realize, like, hey, I need a vasectomy because my wife will keep having babies, and they're like, we already have like 3 kids, or we already have like 2 kids, and I cannot afford more than these many kids, right? And because they know that their wife is probably going to forget about the pills, about whatever, they decide, okay, I'm going to do myself a favor. I'm going to be the one who is going to do the vasectomy, and they take care of that problem. Hoopty was saying, setting yourself up for failure by putting too much faith in your fellow man when you know how fallible he is. Justin said, I've never been reckless like that. Don't want kids, so I wore condoms. You made a decision. You trapped yourself. 100. Hoopty West. And you hang on to that resentment and bitterness, and you're basically drinking poison and expecting the person that you feel wrong to you. And you're basically drinking poison and expecting that other person you feel wronged by you to die from it, right? Anger and resentment is like taking poison and expecting somebody else will die from that poison. It don't work like that, right? It don't work like you can resent somebody for getting pregnant when you put the baby in them. Like, no. Room chat, it's not like that. I've walked away. I'm fully committed to my child. Trust me, in America, you have to take responsibility. It's the law. I'm free, so that means I'm doing the right things. Yeah, I'm glad that you actually accepted that, hey, I have a baby. It's my responsibility. I don't want another one. And like, you actually did come around to your decisions and realize, okay, I don't want another baby, right? And you haven't had another one, but you're talking about the one. You took responsibility eventually, maybe because the law made you. Because this is like, did you do it because you're in America and you have the law made you take responsibility? Like, on your own, you would not have done. This is why it's good to be spiritually enlightened, right? It's good to be spiritually enlightened, because when you're spiritually enlightened, you're not doing things because the law told you to do it, or because, they're going to garnish your wages if you don't. You're actually doing it because you understand this is your responsibility. This is your seed. Like, there is no ways about it, right? You're taking responsibility for your actions. But not because the law told you to do it. Because if you're doing it because the law told you, that is minimum effort parenting. And it can be very traumatizing to a child, because you're here because Uncle Sam did it, said you do it. But you're not there because as a parent, you understand, like, you gotta be fully committed. You gotta make sacrifices. Like, you're not here to do government's work. Like, you're not here to do government's work. Still your responsibility. Uh, in 2026, we have my charts that show your status. What is that? My charts that show your status? What's that? My mother and child look very similar to you. Almost identical, just different nostrils. She's also very attractive. Oh. Yeah, you have moved along with their life most likely. And you're stuck reliving the pain the past caused you. Wow. For me, I can't do a vasectomy. Why you cannot do a vasectomy? David Joroge, why you cannot do a vasectomy? It's going, it's actually taking responsibility for your reproductive, you know, unless you want to have lots and lots of kids. But I think a vasectomy is reversible to the point where, you can reverse it. But again, as men need to have kids when they are young, because when the sperm ages, it causes neurological problems in children. A lot of like these things that you see, neurological problems, is caused by an aging sperm, like low quality sperms. Chat room Gun says, my family also wouldn't let it go down like that. So where's your personal agency? That's what I'm after. Your personal agency, not the government, not the... Hello, the sweetest person in the world in this age where away hatred grows and happiness seems distant. It's hard to come across someone like you. Really, thank you. David, drop a barb on it. Hey, Kylie, nice to see you. Roberto in the house. 07 Mano, nice to see you. Nishat Ahmed, nice to see you. Like, you say your name is Doug? Whoa. Then put it as your name. You're sending mixed signals. We don't read minds here. Life. Somebody told me when I was starting my mental health journey, take 100% responsibility for your life. And when somebody says that, it hits you. It hits you like a ton of bricks, because somebody's telling you to take 100% responsibility for your life, right? 100 means like you're leaving no crumbs on the table, right? You're taking 100%, like everything is agency on your part, right? If you're in a job and you don't like it, 100% it's on you, right? And when you realize, like, I am 100% responsible for my life, I'm not gonna have like anybody come into my life and mess it up. And I think the thing that happens with our friend here, Mr. Goon, chatroom Goon, this is why I tell you I want to be single and not have any short-term relationships, because people are out here on these streets having sex, right? But they don't want to take responsibility for their actions. Like if somebody gets pregnant, right? Or if they catch something and they spread it, right? People are out here thinking like, well, if the government does not know about it, it's not bad, right? Like if the government doesn't throw people in jail for spreading diseases, people are fine spreading diseases. If the government does not force garnish people's wages for not taking care of their babies, people are okay having sex and not taking care of their babies. That's why I tell women, don't have these casual relationships. You're out there single, not having sex with anybody. Nobody's messing up your life. You know, you're out there in your life, enjoying your life. Um, and you could continue on for that for the rest of your life. Without babies crying, without having to feed anybody, without having to change, no, that, like, without all that, right? Me, I'm natural, baby. I mean, look at me. Do I look unnatural? I mean, we're talking about babies. Why people don't like having kids. Why people have made not having kids a priority. Um, yeah, and when you have a baby, you're 100% responsible. How old am I? If I told you my age, I'd have to kill you. So you choose. Do you want to die? Tio, I haven't seen you in forever. Where you been? Sapel Avari in the house. Ahmed in the house. Tell me, do you want to have kids or do you not want to have kids? You see how black hair looks? Black hair can shrink, okay? For you people, some of you understand shrinkage, right? Black hair shrinks. I am beautiful, Friedrich. Friedrich, my friend, Bosman born in the house. Okak in the house. Are you from South Sudan, Okak? I'm from Kenya. I'm a Kenyan baby, right? All this beauty comes from Kenya. You're from the US? Oh, nice to see you, love. Hit the like, subscribe. I am natural. Guys, why do you think I'm not natural? I mean, I'm flattered that you don't think I'm natural. Okay? It's like, hey, if I look plastic, if I'm natural but I look plastic, that's a compliment. Like, you're wondering whether I'm natural or not? Like, man. I'd rather than have people confuse me. Oh, you think I look all natural? I'd be surprised. Like, I was like, do I look like I'm not natural? I mean, sometimes I wear extensions and a wig here and there, but for the most part, I'm natural, right? Everybody comes here and they tell me how they're traveling to Kenya. If you're traveling to Kenya, good for you. I'm not going to meet you. I'm not going to show you around. I don't care. Like, You figure out your situation when you get to Kenya, okay? But Kenya is beautiful. What time of the year do you want to go? Do you want to go see the safari? Because around August, September, October, you know, that's the best time for the safari. You might be hit by some short rains, and sometimes the animals, they're gonna hide in the short rains, like when it's short rain. Okay, long rains like now, the animals will hide. I think around December, January, November, October. Okay, there you might also find good wildlife because it's not going to be raining as much. I prefer the shot to be more transparent. Oh. If you continue on that talk, that's the kind of talk that makes you blocked in my channel. I'm gonna lie, I block a lot of people. I mean, I'm a mental health coach, so you know, we are very, very good at blocking people from our phone, from our lives, from like everywhere, or like every goddamn where. That's what you just said. You are going to show him around. You're not going to show him around. Yeah, I'm not a good friend. Hi, I'm bad. Ooh, I am so bad. God, you thought I'm a good friend. You thought I'm a good friend. You thought I'm a good friend. Let me open the secret to you. I am bad. Okay? You think you can come to Kenya and I'll avail my time for you to show you around? Me, take time of my day to show people around. I'm so bad. I am so bad. Hey, you better know I'm bad. You better know I am so bad, okay? I am not good. Hey, if you're asked about good people, don't mistake me for those good people. I am not good, okay? Who told you I'm good? Hey, hey, me, my time, my life. Enjoy your life. Hey, I am not good. I am not good. Julian Bennett, I am not good. If you are confused about the kind of person I am not the good one. Yeah, I'm so bad. I don't have time to show people around, you know, like if you're going on vacation, go enjoy your vacation, okay? I am not good. I don't allow people to waste my time, my life, all that, right? No, I'm not that good. I am not good. I am not good. Yeah, it doesn't make me a bad person, I know that, but if somebody translates that as being a bad person, I want them to understand like I'm a bad person, like then I am okay with being a bad person, okay? I am super fine. Right? If I don't avail myself to you and you think I'm a bad person, I am okay being a bad person. Yeah. Well, I wish you good luck. I wish you good luck with that because me, first of all, I don't live in Kenya, but even if I lived in Kenya, I don't have time. Okay, now when you insult me, you can go to hell. Cold layers like you. Right. Uh, hello, Hazard. Well, nice to see you guys. Today, we had a long live chat. Yeah, it seems like we are no longer talking about mental health anymore. So this is a nice place to shut down the the live chat. So nice seeing you again, Justin. Nice seeing you. Um, you don't need to send me money. Okay, I'm not asking for money. I'm not asking for money. Okay. Yup. Don't send me money. Don't send me money. Don't send me money. Yeah, we'll see you. So we'll do the final blessing. May you be happy and live with a joyful heart. May you be strong and healthy and live with a body that gives you energy. And may you be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may you live with the ease that comes with well-being. So I love you guys. Always remember, you're special. Since time began on this planet, there has never been anybody like you, right? You're unique and you're special just the way you are, right? Um, so yeah, you stay there, love yourself, take good care of your mental health, be responsible, don't let other people take advantage of you, don't let other people use you. You love yourself, prioritize your life. There is nothing wrong with your life, okay? There is nothing wrong with your life that you're not married, that you don't have kids, that you're not rich, that you don't have that fantastic job. Like, there is nothing wrong with your life. The moment you let other people make you think that there's something wrong with your life, that's when they start messing your life, you know? I say take 100% responsibility for your life. There is nothing wrong with your life. You're always doing the best you can, okay? And it's good to honor your life. It's good to honor your progress, and you don't need to compare yourself with other people. The moment you compare with other people and the things that they say that they expect from you or other things, and you feel that you've not achieved those things, and you start feeling bad about yourself, that's when you know you're failing your mental health, okay? That's when you know you're failing your mental health. Don't get into that trap. Don't get into that trap, because other people have those things, they're not happy. The people advertise these fake lifestyles on social media, and they are not even happy, okay? and and so you gotta know that you're doing the best you can with what you have, and it's all good, right? and it's all gonna work out. You don't need to force situations in your life. Don't force situations in your life, okay? Don't force yourself to go into a relationship just so other people can say you are in a relationship. Don't go force yourself to have kids just so other people can say, oh, like, no, don't do those things. Those are the things that mess up your life, okay? Love yourself, your life the way it is. Accept the things that you have, accept the things that you don't have, accept the things you don't have. For example, there are headaches that you don't have in your life. You know, there are people with money that have a lot of headache about the debt they are in, right? You don't have those headaches, right? There are people who are in this toxic relationship. Accept the headache. You don't have that headache, right? Accept the things that you don't have, right? And be happy that you have the peace of mind that you have. Be happy that you know, that your life is peaceful and blissful, right? Be happy with the things you have. Don't look at the things you don't have. There are people in hospital who are battling serious illnesses, right? You're in good health. You can walk, you you can enjoy the sun, right? Stop looking at the things you don't have. Accept the ones that you have, okay? Even if you're stuck in a hospital bed, right? There's somebody who died. You're not dead, right? Every time you can compare yourself with a situation that is not as bad, and you can feel something to be grateful about. Don't compare yourself with like people you think they're doing better than you, because you're thinking they're doing better than you, but it's all a state of mind, right? It's all in the state of mind. Yes, don't be a follower, be your own leader. I like this leadership coming from Justin, right? Awesome, awesome. Because this is where it all begins, right? Um, Wayne from London, right? Uh, yes, I'm from Africa for sure, right? Yeah. So nice to see you guys. Always subscribe to this post-traumatic bliss. We talk about mental health. We talk about resetting your nervous system from survival mode to homeostasis, to balance, to feeling safe again. And there's so many ways you can do it. And you can always email me at monica@posttraumaticbliss.com. You can also let me know if you want to take a post-traumatic bliss mentorship class. Especially, I do this class for people who have been through trauma in their childhood, like the way I had trauma in my childhood. There are things that I had to learn so that I can help myself overcome anxiety, right? Some of them include eating well, working out. You can see that I honestly try to look healthy, not to look healthy, to be healthy. Not to look healthy, to be healthy. Try to beat anxiety and depression and all those things. And I hope that you will enjoy this class. You will subscribe, you will meet like-minded community. Once in a while, you'll find some trolls here, but I block them so that they don't take away from what we are talking and the things that we are doing here. Yeah, so I'm super excited. This is a growing channel, so I hope we can all like just prioritize our mental health. To be honest, just prioritize your mental health. If there's anything I want to share in the world, is your mental health is number one. Your mental health is number one. Above anything else, prioritize your mental health. And when we prioritize our mental health, I'm talking about your whole nervous system, the person that you truly are, you know, everything about you, it relates to your mental health. So love you, love you, love you. This is Christian Archer. Nice time. Is Christian Archer is here for the first time, is asking what we chat about. This is post-traumatic bliss. We talk about mental health. A lot of people talk about stress, all this stress and anxiety and stress, right? Nobody is telling you the truth that human beings have overcome things since time began, right? We've always overcome stress. and we've always overcome and learned and grown. And you can also learn, you can change your brain, you know, you can move your life from anxiety to calm, from survival to feeling safe, right? Nobody's talking about the fact that you can eat well, you can exercise, you can forgive, you can have spiritual practices that work, you can train your brain and change your brain, you know, until you live in love, in peace, in joy, in post-traumatic bliss. That's what we talk about. um, Bosman Board says, you're stressed. Why are you stressed? Can you take the post-traumatic bliss class? You know, um, and then you know, sometimes I have trolls here, and I gotta like kind of like hide their messages. Uh, Christian Archer says, I've had a couple close calls with mental health. What happened? Kali from Nigeria, I have a question. Ask, please make it respectful. This is post-traumatic bliss. We are a mental health channel, so it's quick for me to block you. I don't have a limit to blocking people. Andrew says, what a wonderful outlook. I wish you a happy and healthy life. Thank you, my darling. Thank you so much. Right. Yeah, we all trying, right? We all trying to live that joyful, peaceful life. And if that's not your goal, please make it a goal. Hazard says you fell into depression. Hazard, people don't just fall into the depression. And this is what I like to teach people in mental health, right? You just don't fall into it. There's always the environment. There's always the environment that creates that, right? I always tell people, think about two types of trees. One tree is growing in a healthy, nutrient dense, it has moisture, it grows very healthy, right? And then there's another one that's growing in desert. There's no water, there's no nutrients, there's no moisture. That tree is not going to be very strong, and the bugs will come and they can eat it, and the tree will be very weak. The wind will come, it will blow, it will bend it, it will break it, right? That is the same way with our emotional health, right? It's all your environment, right? If you are susceptible to depression, to sadness, to all this, it means your emotional environment, the environment you're in, is not nurturing you emotionally. You didn't just fall into it. And when you realize environment is very important, then you start realizing what is in my environment that is making me susceptible to depression. What is in my childhood that made me susceptible to depression? You just don't fall into these things, right? You just don't fall into them. Um, you have to look at the environment. Just like a tree, if a tree is very strong, if the roots are in a strong environment, there's lots of water, there's good nutrients, the trunk of the tree becomes very resilient. The wind will try to break the tree, is very strong because the trunk is strong. The birds will try to peck it, the worms will come and eat the trunk of the tree, but they will not be able to break it, right? Because it got resilience. And when you're breaking as a human being, because you're breaking because of anxiety, because of depression, because of sadness, because of, maybe you're mourning something, it shows the environment, and you want to look at that environment. Why is your environment not making you emotionally resilient? Bridesmaid, I'm doing well. It was slowly happening. Justin, I battle with seasonal depression every winter, right? You see, the environment, right? Environment. Just have to stay strong and stay positive. Like you have to think about why in the winter you battle a seasonal sometimes it's because you don't have vitamin D in the winter, right? It's very cold, and you have you have to take vitamin D with K2. Don't just take the vitamin D. Start there. Start with like especially the winter. Take vitamin D and K2. There's a vitamin D that comes with K2, and in the winter, people don't have a lot of vitamin D, and they get depressed. I wish you could afford to go to a place like Kenya in the winter, like in December, because like places like Kenya, the weather is so warm, is so beautiful, and just being in the sunshine, like your mood becomes so lively, right? It's the environment. That's for me, Justin, looks like it's environmental. Don't forget who you are. We are very powerful light beings. We just forget who we are. That's true. Very, very true. Kenyan, fine. Okay. I don't know what you are saying, but thanks for the 2 good points. Okay. Justin, because I'm melanated, I'm a sun child. It's very cold in the winter where I'm at. I be missing the sunshine 100%. Especially when you have melanin, like when you have melanin, you're already at a disadvantage because your skin wants you to be in the sun, right? The skin is meant to be in the sun and enjoy the sun, right? And then when you're not exposing it to the sun, it's very hard for us to get vitamin D when we are not exposed to the sun. It makes it so hard for us. So what I also do, Justin, you can also try this. I also do, like, I did this a lot this winter. I did infusions. You know, like if you go to hydration room and they do infusions, I do vitamin B infusions. I do vitamin D. Like I do sometimes a wellness infusion to make sure that I have enough vitamins, because sometimes the foods may not be having enough vitamins. So I do, like when I'm having, let's say, for me, I'm a girl, so I know my body. When I'm having like very painful cramps, I know that maybe my body is lacking something. So I will go do infusions into my blood for vitamin B's, magnesium, zinc, vitamin D, and they'll go straight into my bloodstream. Okay, now those are kind of expensive. Sometimes they can cost you like $100, $200. So I mean, they can get pricey. But for me, it's better that than have not be in a good mood. Also take, I know sometimes we don't take a lot of fish, omega-3s. Omega-3s will support your brain from depression. If you can take vitamin D and K2 and take omega-3s like every day, right? Make sure you're doing those every day. You can protect your brain very much from the depression, especially that comes with deficiencies. I'm so happy in the summer. I just soak up the sun all day and feeling superhuman in the summer like that. My skin looks better today, right? I know. Bye bye from Roma, Andrea. Ridianis, your skin looks better. Thank you. It's glowing actually. Like, I'm even surprised. Yes, I take a few different things: turmeric, vitamin D, sea moss, chlorophyll, magnesium. Okay, you're already doing a lot. You're already very well informed in mental health, just like Dwayne in the house, right? Nice to see you, Dwayne. How's your dog breeding business going? Vincent in the house, Luca in the house. Nice to see you, Luca and Vincent. Uh, your skin is very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I moisturize my skin every day. My skin is very soft, by the way. I know it looks soft. It's actually very soft. Um, it's going on well. We've been talking here about mental health like usual. We're talking about our environment, right? We're talking to, I was talking to Haz. Well, he's not here anymore. He talked about how his depression came about, and I've been telling him to think about the environment, right? If you're in an environment where your emotions are not nurtured, you will get depressed for a long time. And that's like, for me, I experienced that. Um, and this is why I know I am very aware that I'd rather not be in a relationship 100% than be in a relationship where, it's abusive mentally for me. I will not do it. I will not do it at work. I will not do it at home. I will not do it anywhere. Okay. Okay. That is how committed I am to my mental health, right? I will not do it at work. I will not do it at home. I will not do it anywhere. I will not put up with anywhere where, like, anybody is putting me down emotionally. I will not validate anybody. I will not commit to any such of situation. I would rather be homeless, alone, and peaceful, okay, than to be in a situation where I'm emotionally abused, whether it's a workplace or my relationship. Like when you meet somebody who's already made those decisions about their mental health, that's not a person to play with, okay? Because you don't know how much I have had to work hard for my mental health, right? People don't know how much you have to work hard to maintain your mental health. So when I block people, or without question, without asking them, without anything, like, and I have had to do that to very close, even girlfriends, right, that are close to me, that I still love, right? But when I realize, like, hey, this is not a healthy interaction anymore, for me, I don't need permission. Like the way I block people here without asking them or whatever, that's the same way I do it in my personal life. That's the same way I will walk away from a job that I don't like. Like, it's so easy for me to be like that, right? Like, I'd rather die than live my life with people like that. That's how defensive I am of my mental health space. Doing things going. Justin says it took me years to get where I am right now. Yeah, so nobody's messing your. I can tell somebody like Justin, nobody's messing your mental health just like that. Nobody is coming into your space and messing up your life like that when you can easily block them, or like, or walk away from them. I know you're not going to have it 100% because you understand how much you had to work hard for yourself, and you're not going to do that for anybody. um okay, yeah, so my energy speaks for me. I walk away effortlessly from things messing my my mental health. Easy. Like that's where I am at, right? Yeah, in the same page. Chat room gone is back. Welcome back, my love. Yeah, like that hey, it took me so much, I have invested so much time. It's so easy to walk away. Like people don't understand. Like I will easily walk, like I will not even think twice about it. It has become such a reflex. Like for me, it's now a natural reaction. Like I will not sit another second there with you doing the same. Like for me, it's just become so natural that I'm not even, like I tell people I'm not a good person, because the moment you think that you can mess my mental health is the time you lose me. That very moment, that's the time we stop. And then I I will give da 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 da. Okay. So, and then um and then when you're genuine and when you're in a mental health journey, like Justin is, you're going to irritate people who are not on a mental health journey of growth. And this is something that you still have to come to learn, right? Like, if people don't want to change from within, they're going to be intimidated by you, because when you're genuine and when you're authentic, people who are less authentic will be infuriated by you. And that's something I have come to find. Like 100. Um, I know I'm very pretty. Hi, Raphael. I learned how to fight for my peace if I must. I, but my invisible bubble that demands space is so obvious. Your invisible bubble that demands space is so obvious. When I was doing NLP therapy, they made me do that. They made me like create this invisible bubble. And I am imagining inside this bubble, I am safe, right? And even if people say like words that are hurtful, they hit this bubble and it bounces back. It hits the bubble, it bounces back. It hits the bubble, it bounces back. Before, because of my anxiety and my dysregulated nervous system, people would say things and they would go right into my mental space, into my energy, come and disturb my aura. They just go in, right? There was no reflection, like no, like it's kind of like I didn't have my own space, like what you're saying, like my invisible bubble. And so my NLP therapist was telling me, imagine you have this bubble, like if it's blue, it's a blue bubble, you're inside. If people say words that are racist or anything, they hit that bubble and it bounced back. It hit the bubble, it bounced back. It doesn't enter my space, my mind, it doesn't enter my heart, it doesn't enter anything. And I started practicing that and launching this bubble every time I feel like I'm not in a good like environment, right? These days I just kind of like leave, right? I'm not going to keep doing these mental health games with anybody. If the environment it reaches a threshold, I am out of there. she's so judgmental. She's judging me for the way I troll. I swear. Look at my name. Oh God, okay. A self-admitted troll. I don't know even why I am here reading your comments. I will go silent and I will disappear. And the next time you see me, I will be better than the last time you seen me, which means I'm okay with going on without those people. Right? I act like I didn't even hear them. Right? Yes, I like that because honestly, I'm the same way. Like, I will disappear from your life, right? You will not hear from me. I'm not going to send you emails to explain my situation. Like, I'm not gonna write paragraphs that you insulted me. That I'm not gonna do anything of those, right? I'll just disappear. Like, I hope to forget your name. I hope those neurocircuitry associated with you and my life, I hope they disconnect so much. I forget your name, your face, how you look like, what you do. Like I'm like, oh, who is that? I want to be like that. Like, I forgot who you are to the point where people, oh, who? Oh, what's his name? Like that. Yeah, I want to have amnesia. This is when amnesia is like good. Okay. You got work to do, sir. You do, right? I don't know what to say. I'm not projecting on you. Trust me, I am not. Justin is like, when I'm unavailable, I'm unavailable, okay? You got people, all these people, I know, why do people do that? Why do people try to come into your life and you made it clear to them, like, hey, you've written me emails, I haven't replied, I put them on spam, right? You've called friends, I didn't answer. You've mailed me things, I did not answer. I blocked you from my WhatsApp. I blocked you from my phone. Like, 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 I mean, and you're still trying, and I'm still hearing from people about, like, what the hell? Like, some people don't understand. Like, you are toxic in my life. I got rid of you. I'm not about to take a U-turn, you know, to pick up the garbage. No, no, I hope the trash man comes and picks up the garbage and never returns it. Like, I'm not, like, I'm done, okay? In this lifetime, we done. Like, I'm a body. I'm done with you. That's exactly why you should entertain me for the weekend. You won't even remember. You know, I'm going to block you. Keep going. It will be bad for you. Uh, yeah, because they thought, yeah, they could get another you, and then they realize there's no other you. Right? Yeah, people be like, oh, like, this person is like this, like this, like that. They treat you badly, right? People will be awful because they think they have options. But all along, you can see the people that they think are their options are the kind of the worst people out there, right? And they're thinking, oh, you got options. No, you think you have options, but the people you're hanging out with are kind of like the bottom of the barrel. But in your delusional mind, you think you got options, and they treat you badly, and then they don't think that you have Like people don't think like I can get you out of my life for good. Like I don't know if people don't understand that that is possible. Like for the rest of my life, I don't need to talk to you, right? I don't need to see you. Um, yeah, and I don't need your negative energy, and I don't need any negative energy that I have to heal from, right? Ever again. Like you do it once, you never want to do it again. It's like that was enough. One for the road, done with this for life. I want to live in a good environment, nurture my emotional health, nurture good emotions. Like, I want to create emotional resilience. I want to create this happy environment for myself. That's why you're not in it, because you bring toxic energy. You come to drain energy. You come to take. Um, they don't understand that. Thank you, Mr. Trashman. Hello, buddy. Hello, Emmanuel Mwanza. Nice to see you. Well, you're a very attractive woman. Thank you, Scott. Um, chat room na good. Na I'm a alpha male, comfortable and secure my own skin. You, sir, are insecure, strange dude. Um, this dear spaghetti is the best. Oh, are you eating? What's happening? Yeah, life be like, wait a minute. Life is like, wait a minute sometimes. For me, the kind of work that I have done for my mental health and understanding that environments can ruin your nervous system, like an environment that's toxic can ruin your nervous system. It can make your nervous system sick. And your nervous system is the system of energy. It helps you with eating, it helps you with sleep, it helps you with high blood pressure, low blood pressure. It makes you feel regulated, able to be confident out there, make friends. It affects your focus, your energy, everything. I tell you, I will never allow people to come into my life and dysregulate me again. I am okay living by myself. People think like that's a flex. It's not even trying to be a flex. It's me trying to be safe in the world, right? This is protecting my sanity, my safety. And if that means that I don't have to be in a relationship and I don't have to have kids, trust me, I will choose not to be in a relationship and I will choose not to have kids. I'm not about to sacrifice my mental health for anybody, anyone, never. I see. Well, I understand, like when you protect your mental health and you know who you are, there are people who gonna hate you. There are people who gonna hate you. For me, I'm okay. That's why I said I'm okay being a baddie. I'm okay being bad, and I'm okay people hating me. I am okay if you hate me and I'm protecting my mental health. I am okay. I'm not a good one. I'm a baddie one. I'm a baddie. Okay. We gotta roll like that. If that's what it takes, it's what it takes. It is what it is at that point. But I'm never going back to that kind of a messy life. I never want to go back. Just I'm okay with it too. I transmute all that energy. I'm an alchemist, just adding fuel to my fire. Why people hating you? You seem wonderful, intelligent woman. No, people are not hating me. People are not hating me. They're just expressing themselves. You know, sometimes people are trolling, right? Um, just people trolling. I don't have anything. Um, I don't have any personal feelings against anybody, but for me, my job is to be a mental health coach. Like that's the job I gave myself, because I think that's the job God wants me to do, to help people with mental health coach, to not even if, like, there are people who don't need coaching, right? But it's good to create an environment where people understand, like, mental health is something that we have to talk about, is something that we have to pay attention to. And mental health involves everything. The reason why I like to take my health seriously is because I want somebody to know that mental health includes taking care of your body, because you're affecting your nervous system. Your muscles are affecting your nervous system, your hormones are affecting your nervous system, your moods are affecting your nervous system, um, your food is affecting your nervous system, your relationships are affecting your nervous system, your environment is affecting your nervous system. Mental health is about your nervous system, right? And how well regulated and dysregulated it is 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 a lot of things, right? And when I'm living by example and I'm talking about mental health, is because I want we learn more by observing what people do more than we learn more by observation. So if you can observe me and what I'm doing, right, and how I'm taking care of my mental health, and you think, oh, this is inspiring, then you will take those kinds of those you read from my book, right? For me, I like to have friends who understand mental health, right? People who want to make responsible choices. Like, I'm really not interested in people who are out here on this channel trying to, oh, you're looking for a girlfriend, right? I'm here to talk about mental health, and the people who are interested in mental health will join me in the conversation. The trolls will troll, but it is what it is, right? At the end of the day, is that's not the conversations that we are having. But the things we talk about, you get to learn, like the supplements to take if you're paying attention. Somebody like Justin will give you like magnesium, vitamin D, all these things that he's taking to enhance his mental health. I mean, I spend most of the day today talking about food, eating high saturated fats diet instead of eating sugar and carbs and fruits and all that, right? We're talking about eating saturated fats so that they affect, so that your insulin doesn't go up. And insulin and cortisol and diabetes and cancer, they all go together. And stress, right? Stress, sugar, insulin, cortisol, all of them are in the same group, right? So when we start eating saturated fats and we move away from carbs, guess what? We are regulating our blood sugar. Your nervous system needs a balance. It works, it's either in balance or out of balance. And if you want good mental health, you want to figure out what that balance is for you, right? if you're out of if you're out of balance with your vitamin D, that's a very vital vitamin, right? If you're out of balance, you're taking too much sugar, then you're out of balance, and stress and anxiety and all that will plague you. um all these, right? um my mental health is improving by taking focus off yourself and focusing on someone else. For instance, right now I'm focusing on you and I'm feeling very good. uh, I change the things I eat, and I'm getting better. I go hunting for deer and I get it processed. That's why I say I love this deer spaghetti. Oh, gotcha. Okay. So you're eating fats, you're eating protein, you're feeling better. And because eating quality food like saturated fats, somebody was saying that they eat these sardines, and sardines are very good with omega-3. And because they're very saturated with omega-3, I mean, they taste, you may not have a taste for them, but they improve your mood and depression. And then so you can start seeing how when you're low on omega-3, depression can go up. Like vital things your body missing can cause a lot of mood changes. I, I, I was once miserably lost, so until I decided I needed to work on myself. I worked for years and found myself. Now I'm unfuckable with. Unfuckable. I put in the work to get to this point spiritually, mentally. I believe you 100% because I had to put in the work, right? And that's why I don't let people fuck with me. It's like it took me so long to get here where I'm at. I'm not gonna let you like fuck with me at all, like ever again. Like I understand that sentiment, like 100. Like people don't understand why you easily block them out of your life because they don't understand how far it has taken me to work on my mental health. Like they don't understand that. I'm the only one who understands that personal journey. And I'm the only one who can be like, you know what? I'm going to block you so bad, so quickly. Mm-mm. So bad, so quickly. You won't believe, right? Spiritual attacks are real, right? People be jealous. People are doing all these things. But you know what? I realized as long as I read the Bible, and especially the book of Psalms, if you can have the book of Psalms and you're reading the book of Psalms at night, even if you're playing it, maybe you have YouTube and you're playing it and it's just you're playing the book of Psalms, people will mess with you spiritually because the book of Psalms is very, very, what do you call it? It's very spiritual, right? But the book says like, I lay asleep at night and for you, oh Lord, you make me lie at night, something like that, right? God says like, the book of Psalms say, I lay blissfully at night and I sleep at night because you, God, protect me from my enemies, right? And when you realize like spiritually you're protected by God from all of your enemies, you don't even have to fight them, right? Your peace of mind drops them, like they're gone. When you really put the work in, you end up with no patience for BS. It is true. And let me tell you, my niece took my class. My niece, she took my class. She's 22. She's probably 23 now. Yeah, we are close in age, but not that close. My niece right now is unfuckable with. And I'm so glad that she took my guidance because when I showed her my class and I showed her like her mental health and why it's important, her environment and why it's important and how it's affecting her emotional life and everything, and she realized, oh shit, I got my peace to protect. I got my nervous system to protect from bullshit. Like nobody messes with her right now. And I know right now she's more concentrated on her business and her child, right? Like she has priorities, she has business goals, and she doesn't have time for anybody. Before she was kind of like she wanted to have all these many friends and all that. These days she's like, I'm okay without a friend. I'm good. Like she like she just became this body, and I'm like happy for her because I'm like, yeah, nobody else will mess up with you anymore because you can't be my niece and people are fucking with you. It's not possible. Yeah, the book of Psalms is spiritual warfare at its finest. I get attacked to my dreams and succumb attacks. It's deep but real. put in the book of Psalms at night. Put in the book of Psalms at night. Put in, when you're going to sleep, put in that book of Psalms. Let me tell you, it dispels any spells. Like nothing will touch you. That book, that book, just put in the book. If you feel like you're having these strange dreams or anything like that, just play the book of Psalms as you sleep. Yeah, I don't know, it has spells. That book has kind of like spells also, but the good spells, you know, everything is kind of like spells, like magic. Words are very powerful, because if you think about the nature of God, he says, in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, right? So the Word of God is actually God. And the book of Psalms is very powerful. Yeah. You could also, Justin, have you been baptized at all? I don't know. When I got baptized, it's a very strange thing that happened that day when I got baptized. I wake up and then I fall back asleep. And then I am dreaming that I am in this water. I don't know why. I'm dreaming like I'm submerged in water. I am in water. There's a lot of water. You know, it's kind of like, it's like, it's kind of like there's a flood and I'm inside the water. And I'm like, this is a strange dream. And then I go to church that day. And then there's baptism. So in my mind, I believe that, oh, maybe my dream was telling me there's baptism at church today and I need to get baptized. So I joined the line of people getting baptized, and I go and I get baptized. And then I know sometimes when we have dreams, okay, so somebody was talking about dreams, and I thought maybe from a scientific point of view, they kind of make sense. He said, like, our bodies are always rehearsing danger. You know, kind of like the way we have drills at work where they have drills, like, okay, let's imagine there's a fire. This is the exit. They make you practice like the fire and the drill, so that in case there's fire, like, you know exactly what to do. So I think our minds, our nervous system also does sort of the same thing. So like, let's say it will imagine danger and how you're supposed to behave when you have danger. Like, it will imagine, like, hey, imagine you're running away, right? And because when you're sleeping, some parts of your body are offline, right? Because you're sleeping. Like, let's say most of the time when we are sleeping, our body is not moving, because like that part of movement, like moving, is shut down, is already been shut down. So you're dreaming that you're running, but he was saying that the way the body makes sense of why you're not moving, it makes you feel like you're running, but you're not running fast enough for this guy chasing you. Okay. So anyway, I think when I was asleep that day, the day I had baptism, I don't know, I felt like there was a presence in the room, but it could be my mind was making it up, right? But I could not talk or move because I'm also asleep, and my parts of my body are also like shut down. Like my speech has already shut down because I'm asleep. My movement is already shut down. I'm asleep. And all of a sudden, I think I spoke in tongues, because I don't know why. I blotted out some things from my mouth, from my tongue, and that presence kind of felt like it went away. And so sometimes I don't know whether, did I imagine this, or is this like a spiritual thing, the way people say it's a spiritual thing, or is it just like my brain practicing and imagining danger, and then and then kind of like waking up and realizing, oh, I'm just in the room by myself. I don't know. I don't know. Um, Too much talk. I don't realize how many people get possessed by demons. You didn't realize? Is that real? Like real? A big hug from you, girl, Rodrigo Rodrigo Mazzulo. Justin walks in the house. Justin say, the more you ascend, the more you get attacked. But at the end of the day, I'm heavenly protected, and it ain't nothing to me, right? It's true. Yeah, at the end of the day, you're protected. And I remember that day for me when I said Jesus. Like I didn't say Jesus, but in my mind, I was thinking about Jesus, protect me, Jesus protect me. And then I spoke in tongues, right? I said things like I don't know what I said. And that thing left. Like that presence just kind of felt like I was even shocked that I'm like, am I speaking in tongues for real on the day that I got baptized? Like I didn't know what it is. I think when my mom named me David, what's a blessing and a curse of constant spiritual warfare, but the wisdom and knowledge of how to overcome them all, right? I mean, we're always in a spiritual warfare. It's no joke, right? It's always a spiritual warfare. Um, yeah. And you never think it as spiritual warfare, but for me, because my spiritual eye was not open, especially this job that I left, but I think that time I didn't know how to fight spiritually. Like I didn't know how to fight spiritually when people are jealous. I couldn't see jealousy. Like I don't know, it's kind of like I was so blinded to the fact that, or I didn't even want to imagine, or I didn't even think it was possible that I could be at work and a black woman and people could be jealous at me at work. Like I was so spiritually blind to some of these things. That's why I tell people, like, make sure you're reading the Bible. You're not taking it for granted. There's some wisdom there and good counsel that you can really get. And it might cost you, if you don't know how to fight um, spiritual warfare. Justin says, I was very lustful growing up, right? But these things, you kind of overcome them. Like, that's why I say it's good to be like, then like the Bible says, like, to overcome lust. The Bible says sometimes ask young people to get married, and stay faithful that way. At least they can protect themselves that way from disease and other things that the enemy has. Lust is a good weapon that the enemy uses to destroy people and their lives and their destinies, to kill people, infect them with diseases. Like, it's a good weapon by the enemy. And also to destroy people and their communities with disease, and, I'm not gonna say unwanted pregnancies, because when you say unwanted pregnancies, you're talking about unwanted babies, which I don't like that term. But people get pregnant and they're not able to take care of their kids and all that, and then they cause trauma. That's why, like, if you cannot get disciplined, if you cannot be single and stay disciplined, then get married, okay? If you're not able, like for me, I have no problem being disciplined, right? I can go for years and years and years without having to have sex with anybody. But if you cannot do that, then get married. It's going on great. Yeah, we can be single. Like, I've been single for so long that I'm like, who's even counting anymore? Yeah, so I learned something 4 years ago, Monica. I got lust under control. I retained my seed for months at a time, celibate for long periods of time. It's powerful spiritual practice, pure life force energy. Yeah, and then you can put that energy into something more creative, like your work, your commitments, other things, because I feel like sexual energy can be destructive, like just like eating, right? If you're constantly um out there seeking partners to sleep with every time, it can be very distracting. Like that energy needs to be disciplined somehow, right? For your mental health. Like you can't just keep looking for people, right? um yeah, I'm so glad sometimes as a woman, like that is not something that I battle with, but I can see how, for men, you really need to put your sexual energy under control. Dwayne says, I want to be married though. It's a good thing to find a partner. I've always said, like, hey, it's good mental health. It supports your nervous system. If you find a lovely partner, go for it, right? Um, if you find somebody who compliments you, go for it. Right, 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 right. Money flows to me easily. I don't need money, right? I'm always wary about the money is another thing. Money is spiritual, right? Like people can't just come and offer you money out of nowhere. Like for me as a woman, I don't want people offering me money. Okay. A lot of people, yeah, like with money, let God give you money, right? If somebody, like I am doing good work, right? Creating a mental health course, helping people, coaching people. If people really need mental health coaching, if my work is valuable, they will go buy coaching, right? And that's all there is to that. Right? That's all there is to that. All right, all right. We've been here for a time now. Let's end this session. Let's do the blessing. May we be happy and live with a joyful heart. May we be strong and healthy and live with a body that gives us energy. And may we be safe and protected from all sorts of inner and outer harm. And may we live with the ease that comes with well-being. I love you, love you, love you. Talk to you tomorrow. If you're new here, like, subscribe. You'll be notified when we're live talking about mental health. Take care and believe you're special. Okay? Bye.